I think it's still good morning. It is. Welcome back. This is a continuation of the Tennessee Post Commission formal hearing from May 20th of 2022. I'm going to have a roll call of the commissioners that were present during the last hearing. Commissioner Carter. Here. Commissioner Cherry. Here. Commissioner Forrester. Here. Commissioner Green. Here. Commissioner Isbell. Present. Commissioner Jackson. Commissioner Russell. Commissioner Spangler. Here. Commissioner Wagner. Here. Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Parton. Here. Commissioner Faulkner. Here. Your Honor, we have all present except for 3 that were.
Okay, so I'll remind the commission that Commissioner Spangler recused himself from the hearing. He's allowed to stay on an observation basis only. He cannot participate in any way. Please don't discuss this case with him. So knowing that he's not part of it, do we still have a quorum?
Legal, I don't know.
Yes, we 14 current members of 8, act 8 eligible members vote.
We can verify if that's a quorum of the members that were here.
That's right.
Yes, ma'am.
So a quorum of the same commissioners who were here on May 20th, we have a quorum of the same commissioners. Perfect, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, good morning. Just to remind everyone, I'm Administrative Judge Claudia Padfield, assigned by the Tennessee Secretary of State to hear these matters on behalf of the Commissioner of the Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance. We have 2 cases that are continuing the matter of William Breeding. Case number is 12.40-220-650A, as well as Brian Smith, 12-40-220-651A. And counselors, just to refresh the commissioners, would you please identify yourself for the record and also identify your clients?
Daniel Morrell here for Sheriff Reed. Richard here, Gaines here for Mr. Smith. James over, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. And
Kimberly Cooper on behalf of the firm.
thank you, Ms. Cooper. I was about to ask that as well. Perfect. So we accepted 8 documents into evidence the first time. The state had closed their proof because of the lateness of the afternoon. We continued the matter initially to the June hearing. The motion to continue was subsequently filed at a pre-hearing conference regarding that, and I issued another order for. I issued 2 orders, the one setting it for the June date and then the one setting it, granting the motion for continuance for today's date. In addition, since the last hearing on Mr. Smith's case, petitioners, we have a motion for involuntary dismissal, which was filed on June 29th, 2022. And the department filed petitioner's response to respondent's motion for involuntary dismissal on July 6th, 2022. I let the parties know that we would be addressing this motion at the outset of the hearing. This is only as to Mr. Smith's case, not as to Mr. Breeding's case. And so counsel for Mr. Smith, since it's your motion, I will allow you to address the commission, please.
Your Honor, and just in case you all didn't hear me, I represent Brian Smith in this case. And Brian Smith is accused in the allegation by Post of violated the agreed order by acting as a law enforcement officer during the time he was suspended from June 1 to December 1. So I just want to clarify, that's the issue we're talking about today, whether he was a law enforcement officer or not. Now, as a preliminary matter, Your Honor, I think we have to have a procedural issue before the court. At this time, we submitted the Tennessee Rule Procedure 41.022 was a vehicle in which we could ask this court to dismiss this case, meaning you, Your Honor. And because the state has failed to prove the facts and law and has no right to relief. Now, we envisioned that was a legal question. In no way did we want to take anything out of the hands of the commission. we understand as a commission here like a jury. But in real court, sometimes we associate that there's motions that we can file that a judge, if she finds there are no facts sufficient to make the claim, the case can be dismissed. Prior, should I let the state argue that point, I guess?
Yes, as well. So yes, that's your position. I'd like to hear the state's response, please.
And I'll follow up with the merits.
Yes, of course. Yes, so only as to the appropriateness of whether this should be an issue before the judge or for the commission. Ms. Cooper, please.
Thank you, Judge Medfield. I believe, and as directed, I've had the motion and the response loaded to the iPad so that the commissioners can follow along if they would like to. In brief, I have cited to what I believe is the controlling statute in this matter and the controlling law in this statute or in this matter, which is TCA 4-5-301B. It clearly states that the commission is the deliberative body in this matter, that they are the trier of fact, that the to punt the issue of whether or not the facts have been established to the administrative law judge would be contrary to established case law, that the commissioner should be able to make the decision as to whether or not by preponderance of the evidence we can move forward with our case against Mr. Smith, and that ultimately that decision lies with the commissioners and not with the
Anything else, Mr. Gaines, before I rule on that particular issue?
No, Your Honor.
So in a bench trial, one, I thank counsel for filing the appropriate motion. I do think that the motion for involuntary dismissal under Tennessee Rules of Civil Procedure 41.02 subsection 2 is the appropriate vehicle in the request for the motion, the relief sought. I do think that is an issue to be decided by the trier of fact. I am not the trier of fact in this case. I can't even take place in the discussions. And so I do think that's an issue for the commission to decide. So as to the merits of the motion for dismissal, involuntary dismissal, Mr. Gaines, if you would like to present that to the witnesses.
Your Honor, as a procedural matter, can I ask this question? Obviously, this rule allows us to put proof on even if we make this motion.
That's exactly right. And I'll give a charge after both of your arguments and it'll include that.
Okay, so am I asking for an early vote then, I guess?
So you'll make a motion, well, your motion to the
Right.
commission, the facts why you think it needs to be granted. Ms. Cooper will counter that, and then I'll give a charge, and then they'll have their discussion just as we would at the end of the trial.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honor. Okay, but if you all remember the last hearing on May 20th, the state put on 3 witnesses, put on 2 of their investigators, and 1 officer who no longer works for Union County. The first, I mean, sometimes you get a shocking witness like this, but the first witness, Mr. Bello, testified that, and I didn't ask the last couple of questions. I probably could ask, I wasn't sure about the answer, but he testified that he had gotten some rumors of issues going on in Union County from someone in Blaine, Tennessee. That's actually in Granger County, the county next door. And it was from the chief of police of the Blaine Police Department, Tim Wyrick. And so 3 investigators from Post go to Blaine and they meet with Chief Wyrick. And Mr. Bello testified. He testified that after they met with Mr. Wyrick, the Chief Wyrick, they then went to Brian Smith's home and pictured a patrol cruiser, a Dodge Charger, with state license plate in his driveway. Then they said they proceeded to the Union County Sheriff's Department, where they asked the sheriff and Brian Smith to come to the Union County Sheriff's Department. Now, what Mr. Bello did say that was the most interesting was they followed up on these rumors from Chief Wyrick over in Blaine, and he found them to be unsubstantiated, that they were not substantiated. This is what triggered this whole thing, that the allegations that Brian Smith had acted as a law enforcement officer during his suspension were unsubstantiated. That's the Post's only investigator. A follow-up by Chairperson Sherry backed that up. He said, no, only training is at issue here, not whether Brian Smith acted as a law enforcement officer. That's not all. Cap Cooper, if I can say her name, Catherine Cooper, investigator, was also there. And she testified they arrived at the Union County Sheriff's Department, and Brian Smith got there in his own vehicle, like a minivan, no weapon, no badge, plain clothes, and he was there to help them out in their investigation. what's the most interesting thing, I think, and consider this, because there's a lot of law enforcement in this room, and I'm a lawyer, but consider this. No one took a moment to interview Brian Smith about the charger and about the allegations from Tim Wyrick. Tim Wyrick, by the way, happens to be running for Union County Sheriff in Union County this year. Not a few weeks away. I wonder why he might have made some of those allegations. The bottom line is that no one interviewed Brian Smith. He never was interviewed about his actions during his suspension. And he appeared exactly like he should have appeared in non-law enforcement garb, non-law enforcement activity. He was supposed to be an administrator. Now, there's some proof that he got paid during this time, but the proof also reflects that he was in an administrative job. If you recall, he's only suspended from post certification. That is, he cannot act like a law enforcement officer. And that is in the comp rights rules and regs 1110-01-011, and the state agrees, the Post Commission agrees. A law enforcement officer is someone who's sworn, whose primary responsibility is the prevention and detection of crime and the apprehension of offenders. And that's footnote 2 in the motion we filed as defunct. There's no evidence at all, that he acted in a law enforcement capacity during this time with those 2 witnesses, the investigators from Post. And there's no interview and no follow-up with Chief Smith. Nothing. So they also put on an officer who now works for the Plainsview Police Department, who is at Union County, who said in a roundabout way, they were faced with a situation where there was a juvenile who couldn't open a door in a house, and they wanted to know if they could kick the door in. And what they did was they called Brian Smith. This was during his suspension. They called Brian Smith to ask him what they should do. Well, the proof reflects that there was a flurry of phone calls going from Brian Smith to others, possibly the sheriff, and then back to these officers, telling the officers they could go ahead and kick the door in. An interesting side note, the door was the wrong door and they had to pay for the door, the house. But they saved the guy that was in the other house. In any event, that's all. Now, there's some allegation in a motion filed by Post that there's proof that Brian Smith was on patrol. I can't speak on what's outside the record right now. We have a lot of proof to put on. There was a Dodge Charger in his driveway. I would like to think that if you had a suspect that had a Dodge Charger in his driveway and you thought he might be acting like a law enforcement officer, you might ask him what it was doing, but they never did. There's some indication there was later contact between this officer, Rogan, I think, and Mr. Smith. But that was in May of this year, when this hearing was already set, and he contacted him, and the officer asked him, am I in trouble? And he said, no, you're not in trouble. Just do it. If you're subpoenaed, just testify. That's it. He was on patrol then because his suspension was over on December 1. So I guess without any proof today, and I can tell you right now, we have plenty. We've got nothing that shows that Brian Smith was acting like law enforcement. Nothing. If he was a conduit for a decision made to kick a door in, I would argue that may not be law enforcement anyway. He's not on the scene. He made no arrests. He's not carrying a firearm. He's not been dispatched anywhere. Where is the proof he acted like a law enforcement? There's none. And that's what was required to find him in violation of the agreed order. I submit to this body that he was never acting like a law enforcement officer, and there's no proof that he was. And because, as a matter of fact and law, taking the definition, taking the lack of facts, his case should be dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines. Ms. Cooper?
Members of the commission, the standard that must be met to survive this motion to dismiss is a preponderance of evidence. Preponderance of evidence standard, meaning more likely than not. What you heard from the witnesses back in May is that Chief Deputy Smith was suspended in name only. It sounds like they continue to operate as normal business as usual. The reason that we know that is because of the testimony of the officer that was still working there during Chief Deputy Smith's supposed suspension, who testified to you under oath. As far as he knew, nothing changed. Chief Deputy Smith was still in the line of command. That indeed, when this young officer, was in a pressure situation, who did he call? Not the sheriff, not Sheriff Breeding. He called Chief Deputy Smith, and he responded to that call and gave him the direction to enter that house, Chief Smith. He also heard testimony from Investigator Cooper that, interestingly enough, when they submitted their salary supplement request at the end of the year, that was signed by Sheriff Breeding, by the way, that Chief Deputy Smith was on that line, on that salary supplement, because he had been working as an officer. To say otherwise would be to say that Sheriff Breeding submitted, again, false information to the commission. You also heard about this black Charger. And I think it's interesting that Mr. Gaines said that Mr. Smith contacted Officer Brogan. That wasn't the testimony. The testimony, if you recall, is that Officer Brogan saw Chief Deputy Smith pass him in that same black Charger that was at his house. He was still driving his issued patrol car, passed him, and then turned around, and it was Mr. Smith who contacted Officer Brogan, who wanted to know, why are you on the witness list? And it was Officer Brogan who responded and said, or Deputy Brogan, who said, am I in trouble? Think about the mindset there of Mr. Smith to see Officer Brogan and say, I need to find out what's going on. So you have the pictures. You have also from Officer Brogan, that cab report. His call number is 702. He continued to use that call number. He continued to show up on those cab reports. You have a preponderance of evidence that Chief Deputy Smith continued to act as Chief Deputy Smith during his suspension, and that the hearing should continue, and that we should be able to hear what these men have to say and why they shouldn't be suspended. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. So commission members, you'll recall, or I hope you recall, from May 20th that I reminded you that the state has the burden of proof in this case, as rightly cited by Ms. Cooper right there. It is the preponderance of the evidence, meaning more likely than not. However, the respondent in this case has the right to file the motion for an involuntary dismissal, which they've done. I'm going to read you a charge specifically as to that motion. After the petitioner, the department in this case, in an action heard by the commission, has completed the presentation of the petitioner's evidence, the respondent, Mr. Smith, without waiving the right to offer evidence in the event the motion is not granted, may move for dismissal on the ground that upon the facts and the law, the petitioner has shown no right to relief. The commission, as the trier of the facts, may then determine them and render judgment against the petitioner, or may decline to render any judgment until the close of all the evidence, meaning that the respondent could go ahead and present their case. In deciding this motion, the commission is to impartially weigh and evaluate the petitioner's case, just as it would after all the parties have concluded their cases, and may dismiss the petitioner's claims if the petitioner has failed to make out its entire case by the preponderance of the evidence. Petitioner has made out its case, the rest of their case, when the evidence presented is sufficient to establish every element of the petitioner's claim, and which, if not rebutted or contradicted by Mr. Smith, it will remain sufficient. If the commission grants the motion for involuntary dismissal, the commission shall find the facts and conclusions of law and direct the entry of an order of dismissal. A dismissal in the matter is a final action of the commission. Unless there's questions specifically as to my charge, as to what I'm issuing you, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Hardin.
Members of the commission, you've heard proof put on. You've heard from the defendant's counsel. You've heard from the commission's counsel. Based off of the motion, what is the wishes of this board dealing with this particular motion?
Can I ask a question here for consideration of the board? One of the things is, and I'm assuming this is something of a deliberation we can talk about this at this point, trying to hammer this out. This has been on my mind over the past couple months since we had the first hearing. Without the lawyers saying it, I already came up with the idea that there's a big question about exactly what is the proof as to Mr. Smith acting in a law enforcement capacity. The charger at the house by itself, to me, doesn't establish anything as to his actions in a law enforcement capacity. I don't know what all the details are about when somebody can and can't drive a company vehicle. But having the charger in the driveway by itself, again, I don't see that as establishing by preponderance of the evidence, 51% of proof that he was acting in a law enforcement capacity. So at least in my mind, it comes down to the phone traffic when the child was in the house and he could help decide whether to knock the door down, go in or not. You all have experience actually in law enforcement. You understand better than I do the function of a police chief, a deputy chief, and police officer, and what everyone does. But in my mind, at least, there are administrative functions and there are actual law enforcement functions. And as I look at this, I wonder exactly where the line is between the two. As a lawyer, over the years, in a past life, I had frequent contact with police officers, military police officers specifically, about what they should do in a particular situation, how they might act on a search warrant, whether they had to have a search warrant, whether there were exigent circumstances to go into a house, matters like that. And giving advice, was I acting in a law enforcement capacity? I certainly wasn't a law enforcement officer. I think I could act in such a capacity, giving advice and direction and counsel. Now, with the department as a lawyer without being a certified officer. So am I acting in an administrative function or a law enforcement function? At what point does the chief of police or the assistant chief or the deputy chief, where is that line drawn? They don't have to have a gun to give advice, counsel, guidance to the officers, but where is that line drawn? What becomes administrative and what is actually a law enforcement function? Perhaps you all can shed more light on that, because I think that's kind of a critical question as we consider this motion to dismiss. This is something like, I think in criminal court, we would have a motion for judgment of acquittal from the judge after the presentation of the state's case. There's not proof offered that could reasonably establish that the judge could dismiss it. Here, it falls to us to kind of hammer this out. So I hope you understand my question and my concern in this case. Perhaps you can shed some light on this as we move forward.
Commissioner Forster, there are two potential issues I see. One is this guy brought in the payrolls. I believe that was submitted to evidence back in May. And on the payrolls, he was listed as chief. Memory services right below the sheriff.
Commissioner Forrester,
Yes,
are you able to put on your speaker, please, and
Oh, sorry.
or speak speak up? That would be
Sorry.
ideal. Thank
I
you.
apologize.
That is
I thought I couldn't get it to work earlier.
okay. That's better. Thank you so much.
All right. Anyway, he was listed on the payroll as chief, and I'm not familiar with any agencies that have chiefs that serve in a non-law enforcement capacity. And two is the perception by the officer that he was still acting in this capacity. Because if memory serves, the officer said that there was no notification that he was suspended or serving in a non-law enforcement capacity. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been 2 months since we had that part of it.
Commissioner Wagner.
Get it on. Well, maybe I can talk about it. The issue that I say issue, two law enforcement functions, certification, you give two power. arrest and power take service. And I never heard anything about either one of these individuals taking arrest or taking service. There's many departments that have chiefs and administrative chiefs, and therefore they function in non-law enforcement capacity. Am I wrong about that, Mr. President? The only two powers that we have with the certification of arrest powers and taking out service.
Yes, the definitions for a law enforcement are to, for all law enforcement officer would be to be primary responsibility is a prevention and detection of crime and apprehension of offenders.
Okay, but I know as a police officer, the certification power gives you the power to arrest someone and take out a service. You can go pick up a prisoner, go to county, those kind of things. But as a law enforcement officer, that's what I see as the primary issue here. Did Mr. Smith arrest anyone or I'm sorry for anything like that? It's not, to me, it's not a chain of command issue because I've seen departments, bigger departments, where you have a chief who's really a civilian. He has no law enforcement power, he's not certified. His commission was suspended for 6 months. And I think the testimony was that the car was in the driveway. Plus, when he saw the other officer, he turned around, and that was after the period of suspension. So that's sort of the issue. Sort of thing.
I guess what I stand on is, it seems like, if my memory serves me, is that he was never, his position or status was never changed in the records for certification here within the agency, as far as training records, moving in from a certified officer to a civilian. And the fact that they put in for supplement pay for him as a certified officer, having completed that service training during that time, indicated he was a full-time officer the whole 12 months. The car issue for me is a little bit of a difference from a standpoint of having managed that. Most agencies don't have the luxury to have a car sit for 6 months if it's not being utilized, and very rarely do civilians get issued a car to take out. So the car is not a big issue for me. The records issue is more important to me, and the fact that he retained his call number and was answering law enforcement related questions, either by phone or by radio, chain of command. As an administrator, I didn't make arrests all the time. I can't say when I made my last one. When I worked in the police department in command presence, but the fact is I was still a certified officer. And so I think the evidence for me shows at least we ought to hear the rest of the evidence.
Well, I guess when we're talking about the payroll records, those are administrative matters. I don't know who did the payroll for you in the county. It certainly wasn't proper to be asking for supplemental pay if you're not acting as a police officer for 6 months. But I don't see an act where Mr. Smith actually did anything other than give advice. And as Commissioner Cherry said, a lot of people give advice. I mean, we call crisis hotline, we call the crisis prevention people, we call a lot of people give advice. I don't see that as actually a law enforcement capacity. As far as him being on the call list, 702 or whatever, I look at that as, to me, that's still not active.
I guess because there wasn't a change in status
Right.
within
With
the
the
official
payroll.
records here,
And it should be.
showing that he had gone from a sworn
And that would
position to a
probably be,
civilian position for 6 months, indicates that he was still active in that capacity.
And that would probably be the proper thing within an agency like that I'd work for, maybe. Fred Green. I'm not sure in a small community, in a small department, that would even come about. I mean, I still don't see where he actually acted as a police officer. But that's just my.
Commissioner Isbell, I view it as he gave direction to an ongoing active police incident. And I don't know how you take your hat off from, I'm just acting administratively. Again, to me, the difference is it was ongoing active police incident, and he gave direction.
Well, by that same, with that same idea in mind, if they called me as a lawyer at the DA's office, would I have been violating some kind of rule or some kind of law by acting as a police officer and giving advice to go in and knock the door down? I don't think so. And that's where, to me, there's kind of the line is real clear about whether it was actually a law enforcement capacity and giving advice as opposed to law enforcement capacity and knocking the door down, going in and apprehending an individual or saving someone's life or whatever they're doing. I guess part of my issue as well is, under the agreement, these two gentlemen were supposed to be allowed to continue working with the department, although not in a law enforcement capacity. There was no agreement that they would not receive pay. Administratively, whether they were on the right list or whether check had the right numbers for accounting purposes, to me, that I don't worry about that. We put them in a position where we want them to continue in some kind of service, but not in a law enforcement capacity. So when he gets the call from an officer saying, "Hey, we have an emergency situation here, we're trying to figure out how to deal with it," was that inappropriate for the deputy chief to say, "Well, here's what I think, and let's make some more phone calls and figure it out," as opposed to saying, "Oh, I can't talk, of somebody else." So, my mind is, it's pretty unfair to hold them accountable for purposes of a violation of their suspension. Say you did the wrong thing, now we're going to decertify.
So this is, of course, again, in relation to the attorney versus chain of command issue. Coming from an attorney, an officer most likely would not feel as though it was mandated that the officer follow advice. However, for somebody holding the rank of chief within that organization, most likely the officer would feel as though there was more that had to be followed. So that may be one large distinction between an attorney versus somebody even in an administrative role with the rank of chief.
We need a motion to move forward.
Yes.
I make the motion to move forward.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to move forward with the hearing. Is there any discussion on the motion?
As I understand it, then we're moving to deny the motion to dismiss and just go forward.
That's my understanding, is to go forward and finish hearing proof.
Is that your second?
Yes.
Any discussion on this, any further discussion on this motion that's on the floor? Hearing none, we'll call for roll call vote, please. Can you do that, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, do you have the,
This will be the check marks, not the X's.
Commissioner Carter. Commissioner Cherry.
Aye.
Commissioner Forrester.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Commissioner Isbell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wagner.
Nay.
Vice Chair Faulkner,
Aye.
Chairman Parton. And the motion carries.
Thank you. Because we are hearing these matters concurrently, there's no reason to distinguish between the two. If it's a witness for Mr. Smith or a witness for Mr. Brennan, but having the state's case closed, we'll now proceed with both respondents' cases, please.
Commissioners, would you please call Chris Hardin? Online.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Hardin, could you say your name for the record?
Yes, Christopher Ray Hardin.
Hold on one second. Are you able to participate by video?
I am.
Okay,
It's behind.
it's behind me. Okay, perfect, yes. Do you solemnly, raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed, counsel.
Thank you. State your name for the record, please.
Christopher Ray Hardin.
Where are you employed, Mr. Hardin?
Currently, I'm employed with Sedgwick Claims Management Service.
And prior to taking that employment, where did you work?
Prior to that, I was with Crawford and Company, and prior to that, I was with the Union County Sheriff's Office.
How long were you with the Union County Sheriff's Office?
I resigned August 15th of last year, and I was there, I believe it was around September 1st, 7 years prior, 2014.
What was the reason why you left the Union County Sheriff's Office?
Retired with just less than 20 years of law enforcement and went into a different field.
Were you employed with the Union County Sheriff's Office when this order that we've been discussing went into effect?
Yes, I was a criminal investigator.
And after this order into effect, did you take another position?
I was requested by Sheriff Breeding and asked if I would take the general departmental instructor position since Chief Smith had stepped down at the and at the request of Post. And I accepted it.
When did you become the GDI?
I don't remember the exact date. It was at the time when the order come from Post.
And what did you understand that order to require you to do as GDI?
The Post order, I went over it with Sheriff Breeding. The Post directed the department to change the way the development and education was performed to where it was to update it to better standards and to also speak to other agencies and make sure that we were doing it correctly.
And did you meet with Sheriff Breeding about these matters?
Yes, I did.
So I formulate a plan for how to get this done.
Yes, we did.
What actions did you take to be in compliance with that order?
The first step, I requested Sheriff Breeding's permission to look for another form of online training and get away from the V Academy that had been in place for several years due to the abuse that had occurred. I reached out to, with his permission, to Clinton Police Department and Granger County Sheriff's Department, spoke with their GDIs. After speaking with Clinton and receiving their Police One recommendation that they use as an online form, we looked into it and went ahead and, after reviewing and speaking to them and making sure the setup and to make sure that nothing else happened and occurred like had been previously, made that change immediately. Even though V Academy was still online, we deactivated access to the officers and implemented that training, and went to Granger County and met with their general department instructor, Leon Spoon. Met with him on 2 different occasions at Granger County, and he actually came to Union County and met with me to go over the file system to make sure I was doing everything appropriately. And we had also had discussions on getting in-person training between both Granger County and Union County, trying to get it started. But with COVID and restrictions, different things of that nature, we were unable to get that done before I left.
And when did you leave the department exactly?
August 15th of 2021 was my last day on pay.
Recall when this order went into effect?
I don't know the exact date, no.
How long do you think you had been, I guess, how long do you think you've been a training officer before you left?
It was around, kind of a guess, around September of 2000. It might have even been a little bit before that, of 2019. Sent an application into Post. Post responded with sending me a certificate of being approved as the general departmental instructor.
Mr. Hardin, you mentioned that you had moved from one online training platform to another. Is there a reason why that had to get done quickly?
In my eyes, with the previous experience with V Academy, there was very little change from a year-to-year basis, except for minimal requirements for like new laws. But all the other training platform itself had stayed the same probably for around the last 12 years, with very limited amount of class selections for required training per post. When I looked at the police one and speaking with the Clinton Police Department GDI, their online classroom or class selections were a lot larger. He had informed me that they started putting in a lot more classes every year. He highly recommended them based on their quiz and test procedures, alternating selections. And that's why I made the recommendation to move to that program.
Did you have conversations when you're talking to the Clinton Police Department about the security of the new system, as well as any potential abuses that are possible?
I did, and he stated that in his opinion, and he referred me back to Police One to speak to them, which I did, and I asked them, kind of advised them some of the things that had been occurring with the Academy, and they assured me that their system was set up to change questions, rotate the different questions, answers, and that there was no availability for it to be printed out unless one of the administrators of that program did it, which I was the only administrator and Sheriff Breeding when we signed up to that.
After you became the GDI, did you have conversations with Sheriff Breeding about goals for training?
Yes, we spoke to him, and he several times stated he would rather get back to an in-person training, which we had done several years before the online training had come up. And we were making goals to try to have in-person training. And I had spoke with Detective Spoon at Granger County to try to set up with some of his classes, because being the GDI, I would be having to get approved class rosters through Post to be able to give classes. We didn't have a lot of instructors at that point, but we were moving forward, which I do now know that from the last things, speaking to Sheriff Breeding and Philip King, who is now currently the GDI, they have made even more progressions to getting a lot of in-person class training and stuff done.
It's fair to say when you left, there was progress being made toward those goals.
Yes, we made stringent progresses. Even with Police One, it had an ability to schedule X amount of classes and assign them per quarter, per month, whatever, and you could give a set date, and it would actually send out reminders to all the officers if they weren't moving towards their goal for that period of time. It would send them a notification or such that, hey, you still have classes to be done via email or however it was set up.
Mr. Carden, you're also employed, at least partly during when Chief Deputy Smith's post certification was suspended.
I was.
Did you ever see Chief Deputy Smith come in a uniform?
No, did not.
Did you ever see him have a weapon?
No, not during the time of his suspension.
Were you aware that he ever responded to any calls?
I mean, he was there as an administrative. I was informed by Sheriff Breeding after the post suspension had been given, and when I was taking GDI, I actually removed and placed Chief Smith on suspension and removed him from the post database at that time after that was given, and I was assumed the GDI to go.
During Chief Deputy Smith's post suspension, was he in the chain of command?
He was still Chief Smith. The way that Sheriff Breeding had advised me that he would not have supervisory over patrol or anything of that nature, that he was going to be an administrative position. He was still going to be working. He was going to be working with payroll with the secretary. Other than that, that's all I know.
While you were in the Union County Sheriff's Office, while Chief Deputy Smith was there, is that the job duties you saw him performing?
It was. I mean, I saw him there in and out and going to lunch and coming back and stuff.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Morrell. Ms. Cooper, cross-examination.
Mr. Carden, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
My name is Kimberly Cooper. I'm the attorney representing the Department of Commerce and Insurance, and I've just got some questions for you, okay?
That's fine.
Okay. You stated that you were the GDI from approximately sometime in 2019 to when you left in August 2021. Is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. As exact dates, I can't be certain.
Can you clarify for the commission and for me, sir, what you meant by that you and Sheriff Breeding were the only administrators for the virtual academy program?
You had, at the time when it was signed up, you had to have a primary, which I was the general departmental instructor. So I had a login as to get into the system, to print out and different things like that. The automatic, I guess testing and stuff was sent by Police One automatically at the end of every month, is the way it was told to me that it was supposed to be set up. Sheriff Breeding, when we got signed up, you had to have two people, like in case I was out, there had to be another person with access if something had to be done or access to the program. And I had given that to him. Whether he had ever accessed it or not, I have no idea.
So to be clear, Mr. Carden, during the time frame where Sheriff Breeding and Chief Deputy Smith admitted that there were shenanigans going on with the virtual academy testing and cheating, you're testifying that it was only you and Sheriff Breeding who had administrative access to that program. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question, please?
During the time period when there was cheating on virtual academy tests and in-service, only you and Sheriff Breeding had administrative access to the virtual academy program, correct?
No, that is not what I said. I said with Police One, when we had changed after I took the general departmental instruction. Before the post commission had given their order, I was not the general departmental instructor. At that time, Chief Smith was in that role, to my knowledge.
Okay, and so would it have been Chief Smith and Sheriff Breeding who had access to the virtual academy?
At that time, I don't know if Sheriff Breeding was on virtual academy or not. It was Police One is when I put his name on it.
Okay. And you testified that when you became the general departmental instructor was when?
It was right after the post order was issued and Chief Smith stepped down from GDI.
So in June of 2021, you become GDI, and it's your testimony that you sat down with Sheriff Breeding and went over this order, correct?
Yes, I did sit with him and we read over the order.
Did you read every page, sir?
I read over the order. I can't be specific on every page.
Did Sheriff Breeding give you a copy of the order so that you could keep it with you as you move forward to do this revamp of the training system?
No, I did. I do not have a copy of it, or did I obtain a copy of it to my knowledge?
After that one meeting, did Sheriff Breeding ever come back to you during your tenure as the GDI and say, I want to make sure now that you're complying with this paragraph and this paragraph?
Several times we had conversations and I would update him, if not weekly, bi-weekly, on meetings with other departments and what I was doing to improve.
What did you take to mean work with other departments or in service to mean, sir?
The way I looked at it was we were to revamp and bring our training into a better position to where what had been occurring in the previous time before me taking over it did not occur again. There was no stipulation stating we could not do virtual training, online training. It didn't state whether it had to be in-person training. Sheriff Breeding was the one that was telling me, I want to get more in-person training if we can. But I also explained to him there wasn't a lot of in-person training available due to COVID. And I recommended that we change to Police One for V Academy because it was so easy to be cheated with. And that's why we made the change.
You testified that you took it to mean that you could still do online training. Did Sheriff Breeding say this means we can still do online training?
No, when we read through it, there was no specific orders that we could not do online training. I even spoke with, is it Bellows? What's his first name?
Mr. Bello.
Mr. Bellows at Post. I even contacted them and to verify and make sure that Police One was qualified and certified, and that Post would recognize any training used by them, which with Clinton Police Department already doing it, I knew the answer, but I wanted to make sure that that was good. And he told me at one point that it was before we made the change, because Sheriff Breeding said, make sure that that's an approved training format, which I did.
Did you explain to Mr. Bello that you were calling on behalf of Union County, which was currently under an agreed order regarding cheating on online training?
I explained to him where I was calling from. I didn't go into all that because I figured the Post knew what was going on.
You left, you said, in August of 2021.
Yes, mid-August 2021.
And you said that you were told that you were told by Sheriff Breeding that Chief Deputy Smith was not in the, was not acting in a certified capacity anymore. Is that correct?
When the order come through and Chief Smith was suspended as a law enforcement officer, I actually went in and changed his status on the Post computer system.
Okay, and that computer system would be ACADIS, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so are you aware, sir, that they track changes in ACADIS as to not only when those changes are made, but as to who makes them?
I assume that they do.
Well, sir, if I'm looking at Chief Deputy Smith's ACADIS entries right now, and it says rehired September 1st of 2014 and no changes after that as a Chief Deputy Law Enforcement Officer, would that be correct?
I don't know what your paper says. I know I went into the system and placed him from, I don't even remember how I did it, active to inactive or whatever it was on the screen. I did that. Now, whether it took in the system or not, I don't know, but I just did it in that screen system.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Morrell.
Just quickly, Mr. Hardin, I just want to get all the dates just right. I think at one point you said that you had been working there in 2019. So what, as GDI, so just to be clear, kind of give us, I know you can't do exact dates, but kind of a better kind of month and year when you were GDI there, when you kind of share that.
To the best of my memory, it was around July, August of 19 is when I received my certificate. I can't be exactly. I had sent the request in and signed it and put in all the requirements, sent to post, and then I received my certificate. And I was GDI until I resigned, and I worked with Philip King, showing him the police one, everything, and provided him with the keys because he had been selected to take that over the GDI part at that time, prior to me leaving in August.
You became the training officer after Chief Deputy Smith was on suspension, correct?
After the order from post, he resigned and I became the training officer due to him stopping being the training officer.
I guess just quickly, we were talking at least a little bit about Chief Deputy Smith's duties as an administrator. You said that, of course, you've been told that. Was it common knowledge in the department that's what happened, Chief Deputy Smith?
Yeah, it's common knowledge everywhere. It's in every newspaper or every TV. Yes.
As far as you know, everybody was aware that you've been post-certification suspended.
As far as I know, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Morrell. Any recross? Ms. Cooper. All right, I'll turn it over to the commission for any questions for this witness.
Members of the commission, any questions for this witness before he is released?
Commissioner Green.
Commissioner Green, you're recognized.
Mr. Cardin,
Yes, sir.
did Chief Deputy Smith help you transition into the GDI role?
When I met with Sheriff Breeding, Chief Smith was there. Sheriff Breeding advised me that Chief Smith was stepping out from being the general departmental instructor. Chief Smith at that point in time handed me the keys to the filing cabinets where all of the personnel records, file folders with all the access, to the every, whether it be reserve, certified officers, jailer, the whole employees. He gave me the keys to that because he said he didn't want them to be anywhere near that, didn't want possession of them or anything. At that point, he gave me the login to there and told me that I needed to get my login and request it for the V Academy and to ACADIS at that time.
He showed you how to use ACADIS, work through the system?
He showed me how to log in. Other than that, he told me that I would have to request my own access, which I did. It took a little bit of time for it to be changed over, but at that time, that's how that happened.
During your time as GDI, did he attend in-service training?
Did who attend?
Chief Smith.
Not to my knowledge. He might have had, I kept all employees with an active account, even when we went to VIA or Police One from VIA Academy. Anybody that was in the department, whether it be the jail, reserve officers, or any person employed at the department that needed training, still had access to Police One or whatever like that. As in going to any other training, not to my knowledge. I don't know of him attending any training at that point in time.
After he was relieved of his duties as GDI, what was Chief Smith's role at the sheriff's office?
He was going to be, the way I understood Sheriff Breeding say, he was going to be an administrative position. He was going to be coming into the office. I know Chief Smith had always, we don't have a garage or anything like that where we have mechanics or anything. to save the county money. A lot of times Chief Smith would work on electronics, lighting in vehicles, different radios, if radios went down. He's pretty good with electronics, so he would work on stuff like that at different times. But he was going to be administrative and work administratively.
So you never knew him to answer calls for service with other deputies?
Not answer calls, no. One, I know he'd come to check on an officer one time and make sure that we were getting photographs of a wrecked cruiser. And he was just making sure with that because he actually rode back to the department with me after making sure that the officer was okay and that we knew to make sure that photographs and THP was coming to work the wreck.
Commissioner Forrester.
This is Mr. Forster. I know you said that the sheriff told you that Chief Smith was going to be in administrative capacity, and you also saw it in the newspaper. Was there any formal email, memo, or other document distributed to all members of the agency notifying agency employees of the change of status?
I don't remember any, but of course I was an investigator, so I don't know how they told patrol or anything like that. I know all investigators, all of us knew about it.
But you didn't receive anything formally from the agency?
I don't recall receiving anything specifically, no.
Any further questions of this witness? If not, turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Morrell, and you redirect to Mr. Hardin.
Hang on.
Ms. Cooper, any recross based on those questions from the commission members?
Mr. Cardin, you said that you do recall Chief Deputy Smith responding to the call of a wreck or to the scene of a wreck?
He rode with somebody else over to a wreck in Luttrell. I had responded over emergency traffic. I was by myself when I arrived. One of the officers had been involved in a pursuit and had crashed their cruiser. They had called out 1046 wreck with injury. When I was on scene, Chief Smith arrived with another officer and got out, checked on the officer that was being transported to the hospital, and come up to me. We stood there for a few minutes. He was not in uniform or anything. He was making sure that I believe Derek Rice, who was over the vehicle at that time, anytime was happening, he was making sure that he was taking photographs. I was taking photographs for insurance purposes. And then THP was en route to work the wreck. They were maintaining the safety of the road, and he asked to leave with me, and I drove him back to the department.
Mr. Cardin, do you remember the date of that wreck and when he responded?
I know it was Deputy Jacob Tabor, I believe, that wrecked the vehicle. I don't remember the date, no.
I'm looking at something. You can just give me just a second.
Okay.
You said that you heard something on, and I may have misheard you, that there was emergency traffic on the radio. Are you referring to that you had gotten on the radio, or that you heard Mr. on the radio?
The officer called out that there was a wreck. 911 also dispatched that there was a wreck involving a patrol car. It was on Quarantine Luttrell Road. I responded to emergency traffic. Deputy that had crashed had run off and hit a tree. The car was off the roadway, kind of off an embankment. I responded to emergency traffic after I had arrived on scene, and the roadway was basically shut down because waiting on the ambulance to take the officer, Chief Smith, he had rode over with somebody. I don't know how he had got there exactly, but he come up and was making sure that there was photographs of the crashed cruiser being taken for insurance purposes and checking on the officer. That's all.
And Mr. Hardin, is this, you said it was Coreyton Luttrell Road?
Yes.
Is that on or about June 24th of 2021? Does that sound right?
Again, I don't remember the exact date.
What was your call number, sir?
Mine was 717.
717?
Yes.
Is there a reason why Mr. Smith's call number would have been en route to that scene if he wasn't working in a law enforcement capacity?
If he was riding with somebody and he spoke on the radio, I assume he would have used his 702, so we would know who it was.
And you've referred to him as chief deputy through this entire scenario. He was chief deputy, even if he was in name only, correct?
I call him chief anytime I see him out in the store to this day.
And it's your testimony that you would have made that update in Acatus if the update had been made, it would have been by you.
Correct.
As to the status.
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Morrell or Mr. Gain, anyone?
May I ask, Ron?
Yes.
Just one of you questions.
Detective Hardin, let me just ask you this. When you went to the accident scene that day, and you saw Mr. Smith there at the accident scene, how did he appear?
He was in civilian clothes. He was concerned for the deputy that had been involved in the wreck. And again, wanting to make sure that we took photographs of the vehicle that had been crashed for insurance purposes.
You recall he was armed?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did he have a badge?
No, he was in civilian clothing.
Was he directing the scene?
No, he was not.
But who do you think was in charge of the scene before THP got there?
The two officers had the roadway blocked and then that were standing by waiting on THP to arrive.
Okay. And is it standard procedure in your department that if a designated officer or officers are at a scene, that their designation is placed in the case?
If they are on the scene or speak on the radio, stating anything, then usually dispatch would put their number on the CAD sheet.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's it.
Any recross that, Ms. Cooper? Any questions from the commission based on those additional questions from councils?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Hardin, this is Chairman Parton.
Yes, sir.
How many corrections officers do you recall at the Union County Jail?
Let's see, there's 3 per shift, 4 shifts, probably 12. I think that's correct. And then you usually had administrative, 1, 2, probably somewhere around 15 or so.
They carry commission cards.
Some, to the best of my knowledge, some did, some didn't. Most of them do because they transport inmates and stuff.
They get issued badges.
Most of the time, an officer that's gone through the proper training, gone and qualified with their weapon and carry a badge, yes, they would have a badge.
They have shirts or uniforms.
They do have uniforms that were ordered and issued by approved by the department for them to wear, yes.
What conversations did yourself and Mr. Hardin have when you came to GDI about going forward with improvement?
We talked about what Christina and Sheriff Breeding had talked about, what the Post Commission had set forth, that they had alleviated the V Academy and accepted a police one as online training, and I was to police that very well. And what he was looking at doing in the future, even though he wasn't going to be there, he contacted a couple other agencies to see about some cross training due to COVID. All of us know that Those times were hard to do that. It was hard to even do any training in your own department. Our department at one time got eat up with COVID. So the online training was really the only aspect at that time. And then as we started, when I got into the GDI full wide open, then we started looking into some other avenues for training.
Did you meet with Sheriff Breeding about training goals?
I do, sir.
What did those conversations?
Those goals were, that me and him set forth together. He explained to me what he expected out of me, and vice versa, I explained to him what I expected out of him. And if he wanted me to be the GDI, that we had to work together, and that I would respect his decisions and he'd respect mine, and we'd have each other's backs. But his goals and mine matched up. We wanted to get away, and his words were, he wants to get away from the online training. But as I said, during that time, it's tough to just turn around a ship in 6 months' time. With a pandemic, a brand new GDI, I have to go to be approved by the Post Commission first, and I thank you for approving me to give me this opportunity, but I have to be approved by you all, then I have to go to instructor development. So I've done that in September, and then I got hurt in November, and I'm supposed to go to a GDI class, the CADIS class with Raphael, Post Commission in December, I believe it was, and my doctor wouldn't allow me to go because I had knee surgery, pretty serious knee surgery.
Officer King, you at least testified to meetings you've had with the sheriff about training. What concrete steps did you all take to improve your training program?
Once I got out of the instructor development and got my feet started getting wet, what we spoke of as getting men ready to teach these classes. Everybody says, well, we want to teach and cross-train and enhance. We want to get, but you have to have men certified to be able to do those things, or women in our department for that matter. And since we've met each month, since I've been GDI, and set limits, set goals for our officers, we now have 8 instructors certified to teach in Union County Sheriff's Department. And we have 6 classes that are post approved with the post number to teach. Since we were here in May, we have had 4 or 5 of those classes, and looking to get, we'll have another class tomorrow, matter of fact. It's a radar 8-hour class. And then I've got 2, maybe possibly 3, if I can get on the ball of 3 more classes to get approved for this year. And if we don't get them taught this year, they'll be right in line for next year. The classes that we have are a total of 34 hours right now.
Officer King, it's fair to say this is not a large department.
No, sir.
So you have how many classes you had certified to teach right now?
6.
Is it 6? How does that fare with neighboring counties?
And I speak opinion. To me, I'm proud of what we've done. And I think it's outstanding for a department with our budget to move from the academy when the ruling come down. Granted, that was our fault, and we take ownership of that. But we moved directly, paid another $6,000 to start the online. And then we started moving into sending people to classes, instructor development. We had to pay men to come in and do lesson plans. And if you've ever wrote a lesson plan for a post, Raphael will tell you himself, it's not the easiest thing to do if you've never done one, and it takes time. And to get it right, it takes time. So you got to pay that man to come in and get his lesson plan together. Then you got to pay him to come in and teach. Then you got to, we said we're a small department. You got to have the men come in off the road and on their days off. So you got to pay them overtime. So it was a big challenge for us. The Sheriff Breeding said he wanted it done. We made it happen. And looking at a ballpark figure of money, we've probably spent anywhere from 11 to $14,000 more in getting people certified over time and getting classes taught.
As far as from when you became GDI to say now, how much change has there been in the percentage of in-person training?
I'd say it's 50-50, but not only in-person training, a lot of our guys, while we were doing this, of course, they've still got to have their mandates. They've still got to have their classes. And me and Raphael spoke about this in April, and I was trying to get a radar class done then and get it approved. And me and him spoke of that, what I need to do to tweak it a little bit to get it there. And I explained to him that while we were doing this, the guys were still doing online. We talked about our filing system. We talked about everything, but I'd say 50-50 this year. But the guys are required, and you all know, to do 40 hours. So a lot of those guys, I set a goal, and we'd never had a goal on the online training before. You just done them whenever. January 1 to December 31st. I'm a go-getter. I don't like procrastination. So I set a goal. I took over GDI January. We started sending out these classes as Detective Carter spoke about. And I talked to Sheriff Breeding. Me and him met once a month. And he probably, if he's honest, I may have got on his nerves a little bit because I was in there all the time giving a report. Hey, we're right here. We're right here. Because to be honest, I was excited about it. Because I'd never seen men and women in our department excited to train and excited about getting their hours done. And by March 31st, we had 18 hours already done. And what we done, we took that to the extreme, if I can. The classes that Post strongly recommends that aren't really mandated, but they're strongly recommended, down on the bottom, we made those mandatory. So we done 18 hours of mandatory classes online by March 31st. And that's probably 100% better than in years past to have those men and women have 18 hours done by March 31st.
Officer King, Sheriff and yourself have goals for moving forward with this program?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir, we do.
Tell us about them.
Our goals is to better train. We want a department, if you will, that I know what the Bible says about pride, that it cometh before a fall. Am I correct? But I believe you have to be proud of what you're doing. If you're not hungry, if you're not wanting to make your department better, how can you be proud of it? So number one, we want to be a department that we can be proud of. Number two, we know that we are offering the best training possible for our officers, and not only for our officers, but for their families and for the public. Number three, we are policing the training 100%. I am on the computer each night, looking at different things, out here talking to our men and women that work for us, anything I can do to help you. And they're calling me at 3 o'clock in the morning. If you call someone, they'll tell you, I'll answer the phone at 3 o'clock to help them. I want to be there for them. We want to do this right. Making sure training is being completed in a timely manner, that it's being done 100%, having a monthly meeting with Sheriff Breeding. Our insert is currently in July. Before I left office the other day, 90% of our officers are completed with the mandated classes and also the 4 hours community outreach and immersion hours. And this is something that I want to project to you. In years past, and how many of you have been in law enforcement?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that.
Yeah, you can't ask them questions.
Okay, I'm sorry.
This isn't a conversation.
Okay. Well, I'll say this one. Training sometimes gets dry and boring. We don't want to make it
Your
that
Honor,
way.
I'm going to object at this point because I'm not sure what question he's answering, what kind of extrapolation.
Sustained.
Now, Officer King, you had mentioned before that while you're building this training program, that you've been in contact with post. Did anybody from post ever mandate in-person training?
No, sir.
There have been any communication saying that you had to do it a certain way?
No, sir.
Whose decision was it to go forward in the way you don't have?
Myself and Sheriff Britton.
Why did you come to that conclusion?
Like I said, we want to offer the best training that we can offer, and we feel like that is the best way to also police the training.
Officer King, you were also in the County Sheriff's Office while Chief Deputy Smith's post certification was suspended.
Yes, sir, I was.
During that time, did you ever witness Chief Deputy Smith act as a law enforcement officer?
Absolutely not.
What were Chief Deputy Smith's duties while he was on suspension?
He was to be in, my understanding, as an administrative duty and also do some fleet management.
What kind of things would he do?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point and after verification if he's going to be testifying to his actual knowledge or just what he kind of heard.
If you can specify, please, Mr. Morrell, with your question.
What kind of fleet management did you witness, Chief Deputy Smith?
Rewiring of cars, putting in radios, lights, different things like that.
You all do maintenance work on cars at the sheriff's office?
We don't have a garage, so I'm not understanding what you.
Where are the cars when they're being worked on? Where are the cars? Is it
Well,
located by the work?
If there's an issue with somebody's on patrol, it may be just right there, and we can get it wherever, but a lot of times Chief Smith will if car sitting in his driveway or whatever, that he may be stripping down.
During the time that Chief Deputy Smith was on suspension, was it common knowledge to the department that he was on post-certified suspension?
I can speak for most of the guys on patrol.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that.
Sustain. Only as to yourself. If you can answer the question, Mr. King, only as to yourself.
My sergeant had a meeting with me and told me Deputy Smith was suspended.
Officer King, now, let's talk about the training for just another minute. Now, when you first met with the sheriff, of course, did y'all review what was in that order, what's going to be required by post?
Yes,
One of those things, of course, is to work with other counties.
yes.
I know we heard Dr. Hardin earlier about his efforts. Did you continue those?
Yes, I contacted Pigeon Forge, a couple of guys I know and that work for Mr. Spangler in Knox County. And they advised me that they're not doing any cross training with other counties right now due to COVID, where we're still in the pandemic. So I took it upon myself to start trying to get classes approved to where we could teach and offer classes to other departments to come to us after the pandemic was cleared up.
How would you as GDI evaluate the training program today as it was a year ago?
100% better than it was.
Other questions?
Ms. Cooper, any cross-examination?
Mr. King, we have
Yes,
done
ma'am.
before.
Yes, ma'am.
I see.
It's,
You said that since the May hearing, just 2 months ago when we were here, that you had, you put on 4 or 5 classes for the department, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they all in-person classes?
Yes, ma'am.
So in a 2-month span, you've been able to put that together. And conduct 4 or 5 in-person classes.
That's been since the first of the year.
You said that it's not a large department. How large is it?
We have 3 on each shift, 4 shifts, it's 12 guys on patrol, maybe an extra 5 detectives. Not real big, 30, 35.
30, 35, 40 officers. That all need in-service training, right?
30,
Okay, 30. That all need in-service to keep their certification,
yes, ma'am.
okay, including the sheriff, the chief deputy that's now not suspended, and anybody else under their command, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you said that classes were a priority and that you made a point to meet with Sheriff Breeding every month to go over the plan. And your plan and his plan is you're taking ownership of it for training.
yes, ma'am, we'll do something.
Okay. But from June of 2021 to December 1st or January 1st, and I understand you had some health issues. But in the meantime, would be fair to say, based on your records, that the majority of training in this department took place online.
No, I wouldn't say that's fair. I would say,
But is it accurate that the majority of the training took place online?
what are you calling the majority?
Sir, were you here in May for the
Yes,
training?
I would.
Did you hear Ms. Cooper, who was in charge of keeping track of all of that for all the departments, testify that the majority of the training was online in your department? I'm not trying to be argumentative with you, it's either a yes or a no. Is that what happened in 2021?
Well, when you say majority, that could, I'm not trying to be argumentative either, but that could be 60%, that could be 90%.
How about 64%?
I would agree to that.
So that's the majority, right?
If you would have said that first, I would have said yes.
I did say majority, sir. How long?
You
have
didn't say
known-
64.
Okay, how long have you known Sheriff Breeding?
Probably 20 years.
Would you say that you're friends?
Yes.
And it's now your responsibility, and it has been since September of 2021, to make sure that these officers get their mandated training, not just because it's mandated, but also because that's what makes them better officers. That's what makes the community safer. Would it be fair to say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you be surprised to learn that Sheriff Breeding and at least 2 other officers were able to get over 90% of their training in person for 2021?
When they go to the Sheriff's Association, they can get those
Okay.
in person.
So that would not surprise you that they made a priority to get their training in person, but apparently the other 30 of you are having to rely on this online training that's already been shown to be problematic to your department.
They deleted the program that was problematic, and I believe, as I have tried to explain, you can't turn around a ship in 6 months when there's a pandemic going on and financial problems in a small department. And I believe we have made extreme leaps and bounds to do online training or in-person training and alleviate the online.
Okay, and I would sympathize with your position, sir, except for the fact that that was on the behalf of Sheriff Breeding, Chief Deputy Smith, a kind of self-created problem, was it not?
I took ownership of that a few moments ago.
Sheriff Breeding took ownership of that when he entered into an agreed order back in June 2021 to do training with other departments. It is your testimony here today that you working with other departments to do training consisted of you calling around?
When nobody is offering any training due to the pandemic, it's hard to work with another agency
But
to
again,
get training.
somebody was offering in-person training because 3 senior members of your department managed to do 90% of theirs in person.
Yes, ma'am, but we can't send our patrol officers to the Sheriff's Association and then pay somebody overtime while they're gone for 2 days. Do that, I think we've done well.
Thank you, sir. You testified that, as far as you knew, Mr. or Chief Deputy Smith was doing maintenance the vehicles, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that all it was doing?
Administratively.
You're not standing there with them every day.
No.
And it's your testimony as well that you don't have a garage, correct?
No.
To work on those vehicles. If there's a problem, they're gonna get sent out for repairs, correct? You don't have an on-duty mechanic 24/7, do you?
We've got a mechanic that we use, but he don't do any of the wiring of the lights and different things like that.
And it's your testimony that Chief Deputy Smith's responsibilities included wiring lights on the cars.
That's stripping the car down, or if there was a wiring issue, yes, that's part of the fleet.
Okay, but you're not over fleet management either,
No,
and neither was Chief Deputy Smith.
per se to be over fleet, no.
All right, thank you.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor. Officer King, it's going to make a difference between what some of the Chief Deputy Smith, Sheriff Breeding had done as far as online training. However, as far as the patrol officers go, what are the difficulties in sending them in large groups to training?
Like I said, we got 3 per shift. And if you send that whole shift to a class for 2 or 3 days, you have to have the other shift that's off come in and work those days. So you got to pay them overtime. Those guys work 5 days a week, 12-hour days, and sometimes it's hard to get them to come in 2 more days on their days off, which would be an 84-hour week, while the other guys are in class. So what we have started doing is, the classes we have taught is teach them on their off days. And we're even looking at possibly me coming in on night shift for the night shift guys, so they don't have to work to get off and me come in and teach. Or one of the other instructors come in and teach at night on their off nights.
Are there also issues with sending them out of county to other counties training in person?
Yes, sir. When you send certified people off the street, I believe it makes it unfair to the general public, it makes it unsafe to the other officers that may be tired and wore out from working other shifts already. So we're doing the best we can with working and trying to teach classes on Saturdays to where we don't have those issues.
Cooper also seemed to at least imply that these in-person classes that just occurred, or just kind of magically occurred after the last hearing. Can you tell us a little bit about what it takes to get those classes and those instructors certified to do this?
First, of course, you have to have an instructor development certificate to teach. And then we sent several guys to, myself, I went to a new system called BolaWrap, which is a non-lethal device that you can use for restraint. And so I'm a certified instructor on it. We sent a deputy to the THP certification to teach radar deputies. And then myself, I'm also able to certify the radars. And we sent our sergeant over schools to be an EVOC instructor. And I felt like we needed that other than just doing EVOC online. And we can set up a course at the local high school, and that makes things safer for our officer, the public, their partners, suspect if you're in a pursuit. It's just a great program. So he's our EVOC instructor. And we got another guy going to become a firearms instructor in October.
At least I understand that you've got to have at least instructors certified.
Yes.
And you also have to have the classes certified.
Yes, sir. And of course, I already knew this, but they reiterated it when I went to Cadis school in April, the 19th and the 20th, that they opposed with Raphael and Kat and the others would rather have us send in the lesson plans before and get the post number, because there's some departments that would go ahead and teach. Well, then they'd send the roster certificates, lesson plans,
and everything all together, and that just backs up the system. So I would get a lesson plan in, get it approved, we would get that class scheduled, I'd start working on another one, get it approved, get it scheduled, and so we worked it that way.
So it's fair to say, once you make the decision to go move to in-person training, once you've had those hurdles taken care of, instructors, classes certified, then you can begin teaching the regular.
Yes, sir.
That's,
It'll-
is that the
it'll
point
be-
you are right now?
Yes, it'll be so much easier January of 2023 to send these back to post and get them reapproved for 2023. A lot less time delayed because they're already being approved.
Have you had officers from other jurisdictions come to your classes?
Yes, we just had an alert training, which is post-approved and then it's put on and built by Texas State University, and it's an active school shooter scenario. And we had probably 15 officers, some from Claiborne County and other agencies, come and do that on Monday and Tuesday of this week.
That's all I have.
Recross, Ms. Cooper?
Mr. King,
That's fine.
the training that you're talking about that you've been working on is still going to be all in-house, is that correct? Getting these instructors certified and trained to conduct the training for Union County are going to be Union County deputies and instructors conducting that training.
Yes, and we'll offer it to our fellow agencies.
But to be clear, it's still going to be led by you and other members of the Union County Sheriff's Department.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the training that you just mentioned that happened on Monday, you said it was from, I'm sorry, Texas Department of Safety.
Texas State University,
Okay.
but it was taught by a GDI and instructor from Blount County.
Okay, who came in and conducted the training for you all, and you had members of other agencies come to do that.
Yes, ma'am, and our agency.
Okay. Do you recall meeting with Investigator Cooper, Investigator Bello, and former Assistant Director Mines back in October of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you remember, and again, you said you were here in May when Investigator Cooper testified. Do you remember her saying that she had a conversation with you specifically about online training?
I don't specifically, she wasn't in the room with myself and Brady and Raphael, maybe 5 minutes, and she went to the other room with Chief Smith to look for something else.
Okay, so it's your testimony, you don't recall her asking you about online training?
I remember us discussing something, but to say specifically, it was to say you're not supposed to be doing online training. I can't answer what it was about.
Okay, but you would agree that by the time that you met with, or that they met with you, and Sheriff Brady and Chief Deputy Smith back in October, that you'd already had this sit-down conversation with Sheriff Brady about what needs to be done with the training?
Yes, I've been GDI maybe.
But you had that conversation with him,
Yes.
right? But that's a priority, right? How are we gonna comply with this order, right? Did he go over the order with you?
Yes, I testified to that earlier.
Okay. Did he give you a copy of the order?
I seen the order.
He didn't give you a copy of it.
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Can you redirect, Mr. Morrell?
No, you're not.
Questions of the board, Mr. Shayer.
Thank you. Heard the testimony of Commissioner Green, you're recognized.
Ms. Scudder, just a couple of questions is, you mentioned that your in-house instructors, were any of those involved in the falsifying of the training records previously about all this?
I can't tell you. I don't
You don't know who was involved in that?
know for not. I mean, other than who was named, Sheriff Brady and Chief Smith.
So other than those two. And Chief Smith works on cars during this administrative time when he was off, supposedly sworn. He worked on vehicles, wiring, lights.
Yes, sir.
Does he do that still?
if need be.
You did it before he was suspended,
Absolutely, yeah.
so his status didn't change when he was working.
Yes, his status did change.
But he still continued to work on cars when he was sworn and when he wasn't sworn.
Status is active or.
What he
inactive.
does, what he did.
Status is inactive or active law enforcement, working on cars is not.
Okay, his role didn't change.
Yes, it is, because he didn't act in a law enforcement manner.
As an investigator, you work many cases, well,
I've just become an investigator.
and I don't have any questions.
Any other commissioners with any other questions of this witness? Commissioner Forrest.
Exactly what processes do you have in place to prevent or prevent future cheating in the system? Because it seems like the classes are small. And, it could be like for similar issues that you'll have to look at.
Are you asking about the in-house or
Yes, sir. What do you all have in place to keep people from cheating?
in the in-house training and the test and answer session? I am in there, the instructor is in there, and we're both present for each class. And I believe we have learned a valuable lesson that we're not going to go down that road anymore. We have taken every step to look, and we don't swap exams and go over exams, different things like that. Like in the past, in classes I've been in different counties, you swap tests, go over them, grade them. We're not doing that. The instructor will grade the exams.
What happens if somebody does not make a sufficient score?
They won't be passed on the certification for that. They won't get the hours for that class.
Will they retake it or just retest?
We've not had that issue as of yet, so. But I can inform you they won't get the hours. And they have to just take something else.
Any further questions? No.
Thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Morrell?
There you go.
Thank you. Any recross, Ms. Cooper? All right, thank you, sir. You're free to step down.
Thank you.
I just want everyone to know while we, go ahead, Mr. King, you can step down. While Mr. King was testifying, Mr. Underwood has just an update for the board regarding the streaming issue regarding the Tennessee law.
Yeah, we've contacted some legal office in the department, and it is recent, I think, legislation that requires us to continue streaming if possible. And we are working on that with Cat that block all it's out exterior and to disrupt the proceedings, but they will still be able to hear it. But that's where we're blocking video and audio from out external sources at this time.
So to the 26 other participants who have joined online, you do have the right to observe. You absolutely don't have the right to disrupt this proceeding in any way. You will be ejected immediately should we see or hear you. All right, the next witness.
Yeah, it could be a criminal offense to disrupt an official proceeding.
Reasonable consequence of people's actions.
So we call Sheriff Breeden.
If you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I may just point out that myself, and Mr. Owens may. But
That's fine, thank you. Don't, I mean, let's not tag team it, obviously, but yes, that's fine.
just say your name for the record. William Frank Breeden. What's your position? Sheriff of Union County. I've been sheriff. This is my second term going on 8. Now, of course, you know that there was an order put down in June of last year. Yes. Prior to King County Sheriff's Office to expand and modernize the training.
Yes.
When you got that order, what were the first steps you took?
Even before the order went in place, first thing I wanted to do was to alleviate the tool that was abused in the department, which was the big one. We also removed the current training officer, which was Chief Smith at the time. Dave Hardin, put him in place of training. Had several discussions with Detective Hardin about moving away from online training. That would be a fairly lengthy process of getting people certified to teach. And we had to have something in place at the time in order to complete the service until those instructors were certified to get those classes scheduled. Moving forward.
While this process was going on and establishing this order, was it ever communicated to you that in-person training was mandatory?
Not one time was I ever told that we could not conduct online training. I was never told that we could not even do a percentage of online training. The order, if read in entirety, makes no mention of online training versus in-person training whatsoever.
So why did you choose to move on in-person training?
Because I felt that it would be better if we could move away from it and do in-person training. It's easier for police. It's better training. And that's what the direction I wanted to go.
Sheriff, did you coordinate with both Officer Hardin at the time, as well as Officer King, reaching out to other jurisdictions?
Yes, originally we put Detective Hardin in as training officer. We sat down to review the order. The order actually states that I was to work with the newly appointed training officer, which was Detective Hardin, who will in turn work with another agency to modernize and upgrade our training and safeguard against likelihood of abuse. Based on that, we have a good working relationship with Grady County, who's a neighbor. He went over, as he testified to, spoke with their GDI, which is Detective Leon Spoon. He came back, reported to me about how they do their process. It also came to our department about how to upgrade our files, how to get everything in line, and basically how they do things there. And honestly, he said it wasn't too much different.
Sheriff, going forward with the training program, did you keep a close eye on what was happening?
Absolutely. Detective Hardin and along with the team was in my office almost weekly. Even the upgrades. They were printing off copies of where officers were at on their in-service. We were talking about ideals on what classes that we could in the future hopefully teach in-house. What instructors we already have, what we could get those approved, submitted and approved to teach in person. And then looking to hopefully schedule other officers where they could teach things in-house as well. Get them certified.
Did anybody from Post communicate to you that you were supposed to do your training at another county?
No. Only that we would work with that agency to help modernize it. That was directed toward the GDI that I was working with.
Now, there's another provision in that order that allowed for spot checks of training records. Did those ever occur?
No. They both did come to our office one time, I believe it was in October. Myself, Brian Smith were called up there. There was no mention of any spot check of any kind. They were there to pull time sheets, but I took the opportunity while we were there to let them know what we were doing training wise. I spoke with, I guess, former director of mine at the time. I told him that my goals were to try to get away from online training as much as possible. That it may not be possible to get completely away because of some of the mandates. And at least I wanted to get away from everything minus the mandates at that time. Knowing that we had instructors, Philip was the GDI at that time. He was working with Mr. Bellows. They were in the CADA system on that conversation. And I was told that we were doing everything right.
Sheriff. As far as the training programs that have been instituted, your involvement in those, have you seen a change in how well your officers and how quickly your officers are getting trained?
Absolutely, they responded correctly to it. And it's been, for GDI team testing to almost 90% is currently already completed in service training. We have conducted multiple in-house training to include domestic violence, taser, stop the bleed, along with some other in-house trainings that we have already done by this point. And not to mention other outsourced training to specialized school for DUI, ARID, instructor development, EVOC, criminal investigations. All these have been conducted during that time.
What steps have y'all taken to prevent any abuse of training?
And as Detective Hardin, former GDI, testified to, he actually had a conference call with police one, told them about how that tool was abused. The thing that we liked when he discussed this with me, that it gave multiple quizzes during these classes, not just one test at the end, that gave them the officers the capability to correct the test. Multiple quizzes, and I took some of these classes myself. Say 2-hour class, you might have 6 or 8 quizzes. These answers rotate often. We also, there was in the break room where some of the officers had gathered some of their tests before. We monitor that break room and make sure that's not there. Officers were told that's not going to be so. So
You communicated with your department about what's expected of them on training.
yes,
Closely monitoring that.
yes.
Sheriff, if you mentioned that post didn't make any of those spot checks that were put in there by the order. Of course, it's at least the language, it's at least a little bit vague. If that spot check would have occurred, and they would have had recommendations for training, things to do, how would you have responded to that?
We will follow that 100%. We took this order very serious, and we want to be in compliance with it.
So it's fair to say all the changes that you've made are with an eye toward being in compliance with it.
Yes, every bit of it.
Now, of course, as part of this order, Chief Deputy Smith has post certification suspended for a certain amount of time.
Yes.
What actions did you take to make sure that you're also in compliance with that part of it?
First day of the order, I believe, was on June 1st. Chief at that time surrendered his gun to me, his badge to me, his department identification to me. He was told not to wear a uniform. I drafted a letter as such, to put in his personnel file. I also wrote to him if he was contacted by any officer for questions or direction, that would be to refer to me. I met with criminal investigations as GDI Hardin testified to of his suspension. I also met with my sergeants to let them know of the suspension, which I believe Detective King testified that he found out through the sergeant that Mr. Smith had been suspended.
So just to be clear, that Chief Deputy Smith was suspended. You met with all your sergeants. What exactly did you tell them?
I told him that he was, for this next 6 months, his duties would be administrative only. And at the time, we were surplusing portable vehicles. And that he would work with the current fleet manager, who is Deputy Derek Rice, help script these vehicles, or if there was any maintenance related things, according to electronic wise of vehicles. Chief Smith has a associate's degree in electronics, so he knows how to wire vehicles, work on radios, things like that. That would be the nature of his duties during that time. And other than that, would he conduct himself as law enforcement officer.
Now, as far as the chain of command goes, is that typical for your office, for you to tell your sergeants, have it pass down information?
Yes, basically how our chain of command works, at the top, Chief Smith is number 2. We have 4 sergeants, one on each shift at the road. I also have 1 sergeant that governs the SROs. Typically, myself and the chief are open criminal investigations.
So at least typically when you had a meeting or had a department wide kind of announcement to make, tell your sergeants, they inform everybody else. Is that what happened in this case?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned the letter earlier. Let me show you something. You recognize this document?
Glasses.
True and exact copy, document, whether you refer to on your testimony.
It is.
I knew that's been moved in at this point, right?
May I have a follow-up to that?
Mr. Morrell, I'm looking at the 10 cloud.
Yes.
So is it, could you specify which document it is, please?
It's titled Knox County Sheriff's Office, letter titled June 1st, Union County, I apologize. Knox County one myself. Dated June 1st, 2021.
Seeing that.
It should be there, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, did you see Ms. Cooper? I just looking at the, I don't, there's nothing under respondents exhibits.
I have it in my folder from what they sent to me directly. I'm not looking at your.
Right.
Wow.
Copy of the document, I can see Mr. Morrell. Is it uploaded into the commission members' iPads? Do you know?
That was my understanding.
Any objection, Ms. Cooper? Yeah. I'm happy to accept it. I just don't have it in the 10 cloud. And so I'm not sure that it just gets uploaded.
We'll get that in there, Your Honor.
Okay. But I'll accept the letter dated June 1st, 2021 as exhibit number 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sheriff, could you read this letter for us?
It's dated June 1st, 2021. I, Sheriff Hoover, received Chief Deputy Smith's Brown Hill Service badge, law enforcement ID, and he relinquishes his law enforcement powers per post-commission order. Chief Smith's duties as a certified law enforcement officer has been suspended from June 1st, 2021, and will be reinstated December 1st, 2021. Chief Smith's duties from June 1st, 2021 until December 1st, 2021 will be as follows. He will perform clerical duties to also include fleet services, maintaining and installing equipment on the patrol vehicle, and getting vehicles stripped and ready to surplus. This duties change will not affect his pay or status of employment with Union County. Sincerely, Willie Sheriff, Union County Sheriff's Department.
So upon Chief Deputy Smith's post suspension, personnel announced it to the chain of command as well as for the letter.
Yes, that went in personnel file because
When this order went into effect, we are a small community. This was on the local news, the local paper, all over Facebook. I want to place this into the file, in this personnel file, in case there were any questions. And I will very well help you with that also. So I have a few questions for you.
If I could ask you a few questions about a November incident when there was a child who was stuck in a house. You recall that?
I do.
Testimony on that.
I do.
Deputy Brogan about that back in May.
Yes.
Tell us what you can recall about that.
On that particular day, and it's the reason I do remember is because, like Mr. Dan said, we did have to pay for it over. That's the example. But my father and I were actually on the interstate heading toward Giles County during this day. I was at work. I received a call from Brown Smith at the time, who told me that Deputy Brogan had contacted him. He advised Deputy Brogan that the information that he asked to see help on, that he could not advise, that he would need to call me to make that determination. Brian called me, he told me that they were on the scene at a house where I get a small child had called 911. His father was unresponsive. He couldn't get him to wake up. He said that 911 had pinged. It was an area where I believe there was a trailer and a house right next door. That 911 had got a ping from her console that showed that it was the trailer in question. The small child said he can hear law enforcement, but would not come to the door or the window. After hearing that, I told him to let Officer Brogan know, yes, make me around the house. I received a call back a few minutes later saying that they had made entry, there was no one in that house, and it had to be in the trailer. So it had to be at the house adjacent to the trailer. They made entry in that, found the child. It was actually about 4 calls, I guess, between me and Chief Smith. Back and forth. Yes.
Had this taken place before Chief Smith's suspension? Was that a Chief Smith call you made?
Chief Smith would have 100% made that decision on his own without contacting me. He had that authority. And matter of fact, I feel that he took the order so serious when you have a small child with an unresponsive person inside to break communications with that officer on the scene, to take time to call me to make that determination when this could possibly be a life-threatening incident.
Made that call because he was out of the chain of command.
Because he was out of the chain of command and suspended.
Just relayed information you told him
To the officer on the scene. That is correct.
And I think you already testified to this earlier. The reason Chief Smith worked on cars, he has background in electronics.
He does. He actually has an associate's degree, I think, in scientific in electronics. And basically, unless outside of major mechanical, we do our own work. And a lot of that work, if it's very, very minor, it might be performed in a lot of the sheriff's departments. But most of the time, the work would be completed at, it's actually Detective Randy Summers' house, which our fleet manager sometimes would take vehicles over there, he has a garage. And I would always take some to his house to do work on it there.
Chief Smith had his own tools.
Yes. Yes.
And Chief Smith did these type duties before his suspension. And
He did, not as much as before, but yes, before he would. And then, like I said, the time of this suspension, we're in the process of surplusing quite a few used vehicles to get ready to put on good vehicles, which requires for radios taking stripes off, pulling cages out, getting them ready for surplus. So,
before Chief Smith's suspension, what was his primary role in your department?
I would say primary would still be administrative, but there's many times it's been a small department.
and me and him both were responding to calls for service. I can think of any time the way tonight, we get a call, me and him both come out at night to execute a search warrant, barricade suspect, different calls that we would respond to. As a matter of fact, there was at least one or two incidents during his suspension where I responded with no sober. He was let live obviously without his suspension.
Nothing further on.
And Mr. Morrell, it was just titled, the document was titled something slightly differently. I was able to find that document, so there's no reason to upload it. I'll make sure that it becomes part of the technical record.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cooper, cross-examination.
Great.
Yes.
Testified a few minutes ago that you're at the top, right? And you're responsible for everything that happens in your department.
Yes.
You would agree with me that the suspension of Chief Deputy Smith was an unusual incident in your department. You haven't had officers suspended before, have you? They're post-certification.
No, not the post, no.
Okay. So despite the fact that it made the news, this was not kind of a big deal. This was a big deal in your department that the chief deputy was suspended, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're telling the commission that you did not take efforts outside of the ordinary to make sure that everyone from chief deputy on down to a junior patrol officer like Officer Brogan knew that he was out of the chain of command.
I think you and your chain of command will meet with all your commanding officers, your sergeants. Of course, we don't have any commanding officers, but meeting with all your sergeants, meeting with all your criminal investigators, to disseminate that down is the big deal. And on top of that, Chief Smith was told during this, if anyone did inadvertently contact him, do as he done with the small child into contact him.
And it's your testimony that Chief Deputy Smith would not have responded to any calls in his law enforcement capacity.
Yes,
What is your call signature or your unit ID, sir?
701,
What is Chief Deputy Smith's unit ID?
702.
Can you explain to the commission why both you and Chief Deputy Smith would be marked en route on June 24th to the Coreyton Luttrell incident that Mr. Hardin talked about earlier?
I was not around. I never went to that center.
Can you say why you'd be on the CAD if you didn't go out there?
Probably because I was notified of the incident.
Why would, I'm sorry, this is clear. It doesn't say en route for your unit ID. It does say en route for Chief Deputy Smith's unit ID. So he was out at the scene.
Yes. From my knowledge, I was not there.
The CAD report is something that would be kept in the normal course of business for your department, right?
It is, and sometimes when being notified, sometimes dispatchers put that on there as a way of being notified.
Okay. And if I tell you that it says that he was out there, him being Chief Deputy Smith, out of the scene from 13:03 to 14:33, so about an hour and a half, that wouldn't surprise me.
Look surprised at that man's family.
Yes, please.
Like I said, during that time, part of his duty was the fleet. We had a pursuit where a vehicle was wrecked. He went and took photographs of the wrecked vehicle. There's obviously paperwork returning for insurance purposes, which he routinely helps handle those insurance claims, and to also check any workers' comp or anything with the actual employee.
And that was a wreck involving
An officer.
an
Yes.
officer.
It was a pursuit, and he had wrecked his patrol vehicle. Yes.
And so it's your testimony that it would be normal for him to be out there, especially while he's suspended, if he's overlooking the vehicles that are in your department.
Yes, that was part of his duty at the time, was fleet related something.
Why would he be on the scene of a robbery call, sir, on September 14th, 2021?
He was with me.
Why would he be out at the scene of a robbery?
He
If
was
he's
not on the scene.
administratively working only.
On that particular day, there was a call coming in about, I guess, 10:30, 11. Brian normally every day around that time. That you could get every officer on base to testify that we go subway. But every day, that's where we go. At that particular time, there was a call coming in, it was a suspected robbery. Brian normally rode with me. He was not driving his own vehicle. Most of the time when he's suspended, he drove his minivan to work unless he was working on the vehicle. I told him I was going to go to the scene to see what we had. He stayed in the vehicle while I was there. I went over, got with Sergeant Hilton on the scene, see what was going on. Chief Smith, everyone over there, never questioned everyone at that time. I think Derek Rice pulled up in a brand new Tahoe we just got. The siren malfunction, it was in a parking lot adjacent to it. And at the time, Brian went from my patrol vehicle to that parking lot to see what the call was at that siren. We cleared from there, and so
So he did get out of the car at some point.
to go to a parking lot across from where this took place. There was a gentleman in a truck pulled up from the business. I parked probably 30 yards from there, went over there, it's that situation was started.
We were there about, you and Chief Deputy Smith are on the scene for about 40 minutes. That sound right?
I would say probably the best recollection, probably not that long. That may have been when they cleared us off. They won't have to clear, but we were probably there. 20 minutes.
Why would it say that Chief Deputy Smith's unit ID is en route and not yours, sir, if you are the acting officer there and not on suspension?
That would be a question, it would be a question you could ask dispatch. I told them that I was heading to the same. At no time did he inform any law enforcement function with that. So
Right, and then we move on to the training issues. Your testimony to the commission, well, I want to take you back first to June of 2021. You were before the commission in this room on that day that you entered the order, correct?
I believe we're on not in this room.
You were on Zoom, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
yes,
Yes, sir. He was a virtual. But you were present for the discussion with the commission about the terms of the agreed order. And you would agree with me that the order says respondent greeting, you, sir.
Yes.
Will work with the sheriff's office newly appointed training officers to establish a training program that will work with another county to expand and modernize the training of the deputies of the Union County Sheriff's Office, while also minimizing potential abuses of that program.
Yes, I believe I testified.
And it's your testimony to this commission day that you thought that meant you could continue to do primarily online training.
It's my testimony today that said the general departmental instructor will go to another agency to work with them to see how they do their training. So we can get in line with how other departments do their training. Not only did he go to Ranger County Sheriff's Department to get upgrades and recommendations, he went to Clinton Police Department. Detective King even testified after Detective Cardin left, he even got with Red Pit Kitchen Forge Police Department. So we worked with several outside agencies to try to upgrade and modernize their training.
But it's your definition of work with to this commission today is that your training officer would coordinate with them. I'm sorry, consult, not even coordinate, consult with them to see how they do it and then come back and do in-house training.
That's what the order said, that I would work with the newly appointed training officer who will work with an outside agency to help modernize the training.
And it, because you felt that would be better than what you had been doing. Is that right?
I felt we were doing what the order directed us to do.
Okay. You would agree with me, sir, that the whole reason that we're here today and the reason that we were here in 2021 of last year was because there was a multi-year scheme by the department to cheat on in-service, right?
I would not say scheme, but
Multi-year, at least 2, maybe longer, that this went on.
Yeah.
And you think it's reasonable and fair that the commission would be perfectly fine, despite what the order says, with you continuing to do primarily in-house, in-service training?
yes. And I'll tell you why. Like I said, from day one, I wanted rid of the tool that benefits the academy. My goal was to get away from online training. You cannot do that overnight, especially in a pandemic. Where we were at today, we have 8 certified instructors 6 post-certified training classes ready to go. We have already had a lot of those training classes in-house. You have to have an instrument in place to get in service until these things are ready to go. Most of you guys in law enforcement know it takes time to send an officer to get instructor development. It takes time to get them into a class that they can teach once they get that instructor development. Especially when you're in the middle of a pandemic. We try to get many officers in schools that were canceled or delayed because of the pandemic.
But the investigation and the issues surrounding the Union County in-service training and the cheating that went on started way before June 2021, right? You knew that it had come to the attention of the Post Commission sometime in 2020, right? Okay. So this whole, it takes time to turn this ship around. You had at least 6 months, if not more, before the agreed order was entered to start righting that ship.
Yes, that's what we did when we got rid of the big academy and took steps to meet other departments. We had police form in place before the order took place. Yes, I know that's online training. There's nowhere in that order that says we cannot do online training. But beyond that, I wanted to get away from online training, and which we're slowly doing. And I believe all the testimony will show that we are taking great steps to getting away from that. And furthermore, when talking to post investigators, that October, which was 5 or 6 months after the order, and we explained everything we were working toward, we were told we were doing right.
And you recall Investigator Cooper being here in October.
Yes, I do. Yes.
Were you present for the conversation that she had with GDI King, where she said something to the effect of, I thought you all were supposed to be moving away from online
I
training?
never heard anything about online training. And most times she spent with Chief Smith in the secretary's office on time sheets. The majority of the conversation that day was between me, Dexter Vine, and Phil King, and Raphael Bella. They were on Cadus. They spent a good portion of that time going over a Cadus. I was telling Dexter, Mr. Vine, the direction we were taking, what we were doing, and he said, it sounds like we're doing everything right. Had he not, we would have made changes.
The letter that you have, that your attorney entered into evidence just a moment ago, you said you put it in
His personnel.
his, let me finish, sir. That you put it in his personnel file there on file with the department, correct? Did you send it into the Post Commission?
No.
So it's never been entered into the case file.
Yes, he was actually taken out.
What do you mean, sir?
He was submitted through Detective Garden. He was marked inactive on the case.
Did you go in and check that yourself to make sure that that had been done?
No, that was relayed to me by Detective Garden.
Okay, so that you don't have personal knowledge of that.
I did hear that from Detective Garden, but I also talked to Detective King, who was the GDI at the time when his suspension was up. He actually had problems going into the Cadus to change him from.
But to be clear, sir, this is, before we get too much into hearsay field.
This is not
This is what, sir, I would argue that it is, but before I get into an argument with you about that. You never personally went into a Cadus and changed Chief Deputy Smith's status from full-time law enforcement officer to administrative or non-enforcement status.
No, I did not.
And how did you get the majority of your in-service training for 2021?
Through the Sheriff's Association.
Who else did primarily in-person in-service training in 2021?
Myself, Chief Brian Smith, and so Gary Lawson over at Story.
So I have.
Any redirect, Mr. Owen or Mr. Morrell?
Quickly, Sheriff Breeding, did the order include a timeline on when you're to conclude your training?
It did not.
Anybody ever post or communicate a timeline.
They did not.
How much longer are you on probation? Roughly another year?
Yes.
So be your understanding that during that time, you'll still be improving.
Yes, we will continue to improve.
Is the order still going to be in effect? Training successfully evaluated during that time.
Any across, Ms. Cooper?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioner Hardin, I turn it over to you for questions from the commission.
Commissioners, you've heard the testimony of the current witness. Do you have any questions? Commissioner Green.
You know who the officers were that were falsifying their training records and all this now?
I don't know each individual, no. I do know some of the officers were printing off their answers from the V Academy, which the V Academy actually gave them. That was part of the software. If you take a test, you print that off, and they was disseminated amongst the rank and file.
Are any of those officers you know falsifying? Are they as instructors?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So I had.
Yes,
Commissioner Carter.
Commissioner Carter, Sheriff Brady, I'm just trying to clarify the reference to the unresponsive person.
yes.
Did you give the order to break down that door, or did you get up?
I gave that order.
The second question is, with regards to the cheating of the academy, how long did that go on?
I'm not aware of some of it, because like I said, some of that. That software gave you the ability to each officer to be able to print your test off. A lot of those questions, for those of you that use the V Academy, know from year to year, they don't change. Some officers would keep that.
Any other questions, Commissioner Parks?
All right, first, this will shape my question. Is your agency accredited?
No, it is not.
Okay. In regard to, what's your general policy on issuance of written records to personnel?
Don't really have a policy. Like I said, I normally rely on supervision. I'll have meetings with my sergeants. And usually you have a sergeant and two patrol ownership. So they have two people they report to. I'll have meetings with criminal investigations if there's something there. There's 5 of them.
Okay, so, are your employees actually given a copy of the written record whenever it's issued?
I did not give each employee a copy. No. I've sat down with the GEIs at the time, and Bill King and went over those.
So you're saying your officers operate without a complete policy?
No, I thought you was talking about the.
I'm talking about in general.
Oh, no, we haven't. That's okay, yes.
Okay.
I thought you were referring to the actual post.
No, I was talking about any kind of written record. Whenever Chief Smith was placed in an active status, as somebody was
As far as,
moving into the position of chief police temporarily.
no, he stayed on the payroll because the order never said he was to be suspended without pay. It was only his law enforcement certification through post that was suspended.
And did you check with the human resources department, see what procedures in relation to that reclass?
The only thing we have set up, we don't have an HR department in our county. It's small. We do have a central department. We do not have an HR department.
Okay. And with crashes, does your outside of the Chief Smith, does your normal fleet person make the scene also involve crashes?
Yes, he does. And he was there that day on that too as well.
And does that happen frequently?
Every time there's a crash involving a county vehicle, someone in the fleet shows up. Yes, we take pictures.
Okay. And in relation to the incident with the door,
Yes,
instead of relaying messages through a currently civilian, why did you not need to take control of that same route?
I just don't, that may be an accident on my own, but I just don't know what them to do. But they was phone records indicating the back and forth phone calls from Deputy Grove and the Chief Smith to me. But like I said, that, to me, that shows the importance that we're following this order, how a supposed life-threatening situation, he took time out to hang up with that officer, to call me to make that determination.
Commissioner Faulkner, you're recognized.
During the time of the suspension, Sheriff, if you had to be off, who did you delegate to be in charge?
I never paid out. Matter of fact, I went on vacation in October during his suspension. Matter of fact, my father, who actually works for me part-time, I actually had him step out of the office, not to direct the workforce, but to a group of public that had walked in to see me. And the sergeants were to be in charge of their shift. If they had any questions, to call me. I was still in charge. My phone rings all.
Commissioner Forrester.
And what provisions did you have in place if you incapacitated, whether it be illness or some other issue?
At that time, it would rely on the sergeants directing the workforce as far as we have supervision set up that way. We have sergeants over SRO, we have sergeants over the crew. If I was incapacitated at the time, the way we had to set up, they would have to do day-to-day operations until county commission deemed that time to put someone else in place.
Commissioner Wade,
Yes, sir.
if I can get this to work, I can't get mine to work. I think I can talk loud enough. I think you said that when you got the call from the chief deputy at the door kick,
Yes,
you were with your father,
yes.
were you out of town?
Yeah, we were going to my sister's for a day and back, but I was completely in phone service.
So quickest way is to tell him to
Yes,
tell them.
and we're on the phone
I
and
mean, it's life saving instance. You don't want to hang the phone up, have to call.
I told him, well, he actually hung the phone up with me and called that officer back.
Thank
you. Yes.
Further questions from the board? Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect, counselors? Any recalls, Ms. Cooper?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, thank you.
Your next witness, counselors?
Eric Rice, please.
Sir, if you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please state your name and tell us where you work.
Eric Rice, and I work for the Union County Sheriff's Department.
What do you do there for sure?
I'm the DNI over the fleet manager.
How long have you been with the sheriff?
It's about 15, 17 years.
How does it work there? How do you maintain the fleet there in the county?
If it's electrical issues or something like that, just small electrical wires, we work on them ourselves most of the time. The radio issues, if we have oil problems or as alternators, something wrong mechanically, we send them to an agency, service station inside our county. They can work on, we send them to Knoxville, just previous show.
Does Chief Smith help with some of those duties?
Yes, he does. When I first took it over, he was helping me, and then as it went on, I actually got somebody else to help me because we have no place to work on cars. Our sheriff's department, we have to take them somewhere else to work on vehicles, and I actually take them to one of the detectives' houses, Randy Summers, to work on. He still helps, but honestly.
And Chief Smith, he helped out on cars before his suspension
Yes,
and after, or during his suspension.
yes.
How did you become aware of Chief Smith's suspension?
From Brian Smith and Billy.
Is it common knowledge in your department?
Yeah, I mean, it was everywhere. It was on the news and on Facebook. I mean, just everywhere. Everybody knew.
Ever see Chief Smith during his suspension? with a gun or a badge or making an arrest. I'm gonna take you back now to June 24th. That's the accident for the patrol car went off the road. Tell us what you recall about that.
I was out that day. I was actually serving a paper. I didn't have my radio on. I got back from the call and there was pursuit and the officer wrecked on Quarantine Motor Road. I called Brian Smith, advised him of it, and he came over there, helped take pictures of the wreck. He was able to do that for the insurance. THP coming up to that.
See how he got there?
I did not see how he got there. I'm checking on the officer. When he did show up, however he got there, he was in plain clothes.
You know how he left the accident?
I do not.
What was his role while he was there at the accident?
To help me take pictures and to make sure the officer was okay, and we have to get everything for insurance and do all this claim.
And that's part of his duties as administrative chief, is to communicate with the insurance, both the car insurance and workers' compensation.
Yeah.
Let's move now to September 14th. Robbery call. Tell us about your role in that.
Okay, there was a robbery call at Mikey's Muffler Shop. I can't recall if I heard it on the radio. I was bringing the Tahoe back. It was 2022 Tahoe. We had Truckers Lighthouse. There was 4 Tahoes. There was 2022 that we had that we did not equip. We had Truckers Lighthouse do those. I was headed back. I seen them, some cars over there. I pulled into another parking lot that was beside it to see what was going on. When I got there, pulled up there, the siren on the 2022 Tahoe started activating on something. And Brian come over there and helped me figure out why the siren was going on.
This was repetitive. Again, did he have a gun or a badge?
No, he didn't. No uniform.
Or any law enforcement functions?
No, he was trying to help me get the siren off.
He was just trying to help you deal with this malfunction. So I have Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Ms. Cooper, any cross-examination?
Yes, ma'am. Deputy Rice.
Yes,
Deputy Rice, were you surprised to see the chief deputy who was suspended there at the scene of the robbery when you arrived?
no, I wasn't.
That was commonplace for him to be at scenes.
Well, I mean, at the time of the day, I mean, he's going to lunch. I mean, they go to lunch every day. And that's what they plan to go to.
Okay. You justified that you are in charge of fleet maintenance, correct?
It's not,
You're also a full-time law enforcement deputy, correct?
it's under the child support services.
So you can do multiple functions for the department at one time. Would you agree with that?
I do the child support stuff. I'm
Okay.
not like fully on the road as a grant, and then I do the fleet manager stuff. It's not.
The Dodge Charger that's been an issue here, is that a new Dodge Charger?
Well, those years I started.
Had it been his Dodge Charger for how long?
I think they got those. I think they had those before I come.
Does he still have that Dodge Charger?
But he was not driving that Dodge Charger. That Charger was actually Sergeant Jerry Lawson was driving that Dodge Charger while he was under suspension, and there was some issues with that car. And we're a small department. We don't have a lot of money, and we work on the lots and stuff like that.
Can you redirect Mr. Owen?
Yeah, just to help clarify the record, you said they went to lunch all the time together. Who's the they?
Billy and Mike.
Actually, opposing counsel used the term he with regard to the Charger, and that he's Brian Smith.
Yeah, that's
So Brian Smith had the Charger, he drove it, assigned it him before his suspension.
Yeah.
During the suspension, he was assigned it.
Sergeant Jerry Lawson, he's the school, he was driving it for some time. And there was some issues with it. And
back at Brown's to do work on these. I mean, he helps me with a lot. And
After the suspension, the charge went back to chief step.
I'm just-
Anything else, Ms. Cooper?
No, ma'am.
All right. Commissioner Horton?
We've heard the witness testimony. Any members of the board have questions for this witness? Commissioner Carter. I'm sorry, Commissioner Green.
I know I used to sit over there. Commissioner Green, counsel said that, asked you if you'd ever seen Chief Deputy Smith make an arrest while he was on suspension. Did you ever see him make an arrest before he was under suspension?
Before,
Yes.
yeah, I mean,
Chief Deputy,
yeah, I mean, he's arrested people, yeah.
and you wear a uniform every day?
Yeah, I will,
Even when you're working on vehicles?
when I'm working on vehicles, yes, because usually when I'm working on vehicles, I mean, it's not every day that I know that, hey, this car is gonna be coming in. So I wear an undershirt and I wear BDU pants, so I just take my duty belt off and my shirt, and I mean, a lot of times we have to fix the cars right then. I mean, you know, if it's something they can't figure out, we have to take them from, you know, to the house or something. I mean, the sheriff's office is very small. It's hard to work on something when people, public's coming in and out, and, you know, what do they do? Somebody's following you, another officer following you.
Does Chief Deputy wear a uniform every day?
Does he wear a uniform every day? Yes.
Commissioner Forster, do you have a question?
In relation to the crash, did you share the photos? Did you transfer those to the people?
PBI, or THP.
I'm sorry.
I said THP.
That's not mistake.
Yeah.
Did you transfer the photos to?
No, I didn't know.
The, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The photos get put online to the insurance company. That's how that works.
Okay, but that is evidence related to the crash, and that's the crash scene.
I mean, I always ask if they want them, but I mean, they never. Yeah, I mean, they never take any pictures from this.
Any other questions? Hearing none, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect based on those questions, Mr. Moore?
You're right.
Ms. Cooper, any recross based on that?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You are free to step down.
All right, we'll take about a 3-minute break.
That'll be fine.
We're wrapping up pretty soon.
Okay, we'll take about a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Sorry. It was I thought I'd already switched. I gotta charge What? No.
He's already on the car, but so,
Now that you could be.
Right,
Mr. Underwood.
right.
Right.
so Carl was kind of out of the law enforcement department.
Okay.
Run fire marshal.
Right. Yes.
He's trying to achieve the fire prevention.
Oh, okay.
The part is law enforcement, and mine's part is fire marshal. Kind of shit. So he's just backups. So we don't want to failures. So he's kind of learning about law enforcement.
Okay.
They're planning for the chief.
Okay. But it's not.
But not necessarily, but we try to I'm aware of fire prevention issues. If it happened to him, I can help pick up since we don't have a lapse. But he's a good, but he does he's done litigation before for fire prevention.
Okay. You told me you would be here May. And so I thought that you would be here in December. I didn't think that you would be here.
I'm surprised I'm here now. I didn't know about staying another month, but I ended up getting a point of correct.
I'm not pushing you out the door by any means.
So this should be another one. Kim really will be Kim.
All right, yeah, of course. American flags was very helpful. The speakers watch.
Yeah.
So I need to get.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Right, but my wife asked me if we want to do a Mexican dinner, so I'm looking at it right now.
You gotta have margaritas. We're gonna miss you. You're not gonna miss the.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. That's what I was texting Lee about. It's like, well, I guess it's a farewell doesn't do it. You know,
I didn't think that.
you never did it with Spider-Man. Show up on the screen. Then it started out. And she, the delay, that's what happens. It takes a while to get it out. So I'm glad we got it figured out before. Still, it'll be open.
My wife said I ran out of buttons.
Oh, that's awesome. That's a cool thing. Thank you. Where'd you get these from? Where is it from?
Just talk to us.
Talk to us. This is
The kid
cool.
comes out.
Well, I had them painted, right? Having all that stuff cut out.
Right. Well, that's a nice way. Sure you don't need this?
I got a box.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. That's my part of gift. I didn't get my 15-year certificate. I've been complaining about that for a year now. So those are going to send to me next week. You got good luck on it. Thank you. Yes, you may. Oh.
Yeah. Two of everything. Oh, we're in that city. I got, yeah, that's all just like. Two modern, like, two more, like, I'm about, yeah. Whatever, I don't think it's get
Not a problem. See you. Yep. I will add it to the pile. My certification as a law enforcement officer.
It also relieved you of some other duties. What were they?
Or as
Training.
training, that was already done. Prior to that, the sheriff had removed me as the training officer, placed me training officer.
So just to be clear, what we were agreeing to were infractions that happened prior to 2021 and throughout in training, correct?
That's,
And that was on your watch, correct?
that's true.
And so you were relieved of your command as training officer.
That is true.
That included higher pay.
That is true.
Okay, and then you agreed to be suspended from June 1 to December 1.
Yes.
Okay? As a lawyer who watches a lot of movies, I can kind of see what happened that day, but help us out. When you were suspended that day, what happened?
I turned my badge, gun, and law enforcement ID into the sheriff.
Okay? Did you surrender your vehicle as well?
Yes, I did.
So you did not have a official vehicle to drive starting June 1st,
That
correct?
is correct.
Okay. You did not have a firearm, a badge, your Tennessee State law enforcement ID.
That is correct.
And from June 1 to December 1, that was the case, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you did not agree to go to the couch for 6 months, did you?
No, that wasn't part of the.
So what you were agreeing to do would be post-certified suspended, correct?
That is correct.
And that was deemed by you to be what?
My law enforcement powers were relinquished and suspended for that time period.
Okay. We've heard some commissioners discuss law enforcement powers in this room, and we've heard a definition by the state law that governs this organization actually. But what do you consider to be your law enforcement power?
To be able to make arrests, to investigate crimes, and detention of crimes. So,
Help provide search warrants and searches?
yes,
Okay. So just as a general principle before we get into the weeds, from June 1 to December 1, did you make any arrests?
no, I did not.
If we check Union County records at the clerk's office, will we see your name on any warrant?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you help the feds do any search warrants?
I did not.
Did you do any search warrants based on your own department or joint task force? So you did not conduct, in your opinion, any law enforcement activity.
Your Honor, I kind of let this go on for a minute, but we've got a lot of leading questions and this is direct, and so I would object to that.
Sustained.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll try to be more open. I'm
Thank
trying to
you.
fix wrong.
I appreciate that, but we're beyond just name and what have you. So let's,
I got you.
yes.
Okay, so from June 1 to December 1, tell us again what your duties were.
My duties were administrative, and assisting with the fleet as installing equipment. Day-to-day force operations of the budget.
Okay, did you have a little, did you have some dispatch?
I have dispatched in the early part of my career and then part-time dispatcher for Union County.
Okay. Prior to your suspension, we've had some testimony that you did some fleet work. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And tell us why you would be doing mechanical work on vehicles.
As far as our budget was kind of small, and a lot of times these places, they've got a backlog of vehicles that they have to work on, so you may look at months before you can get a vehicle in to be seen for a minor issue. So I've always dealt with electronics and stuff, even when I was with the city of Mankato, chief down there, and as a patrolman too, dealt with those with equipment on, done the same with the sheriff's department.
Okay, we've heard some testimony about you being exceptionally good at electronics. That you have a degree in electronics.
I do have social security.
Okay, so when you would work on a vehicle, what would you do if someone came to the station and said, my vehicle's broken? What would you do?
I would first look at it to see if it's something small, just a wire or something. If it was something that was going to have to be diagnosed further, allow me to start chasing wires, I would take it to my house and work on it there because I have all my equipment there to work on the vehicle.
And you felt like you could take a Union County cruiser to your house?
Yes.
And what power do you think you had to do that?
Direction by the sheriff.
Okay. And you recall the letter that he put in your file?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And it directed you to do fleet duties as well as administrative, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And again, during that time period, is that all you did?
Not just fleet stuff. I did also clerical and administrative duties.
Okay. Let's talk about a couple of the incidents without using dates to be too specific. Let's talk about an incident where there was a wreck of a vehicle.
Yes, I was actually on vacation that day. Got a call from Deputy Rice that said one of our officers was involved in an accident. He was in pursuit. An accident. During that accident, he was injured fairly bad. They had called for Lifestar to come in. No officers have really got on scene yet. It was just his radio traffic calling in that he had an accident. So I got in my minivan and started to the scene because I've known this officer since he was born. So.
Go ahead, tell us what happened.
Then once I was headed to the scene, I called dispatch to see if they had an update on the officer's condition. They said they had called Lifestar, canceled Lifestar, the officers had got on the scene. He was hurt, but it wasn't to the severity of the Lifestar. I told him that I was en route to the scene, was in my personal vehicle. Then I got a call from Jerry Lawson, which is the sergeant over SROs. He said he was leaving the scene, leaving the sheriff's office. I was almost there. So I asked him to wait on me where I could ride with him over there. We went to the scene, took some photographs of the vehicle, make sure the officer was okay. He had minor injuries to his hand, and he was complaining of his back and stuff. So once I made sure that the officer was okay, we had pictures taken care of stuff, and for the insurance purposes and stuff, that I left the scene with Detective Chris Hardin and go back to the sheriff's office.
Okay, let's just have a quick questions about that. You weren't in charge of the scene.
I was not.
Okay, and in your department, and let's make it clear to some of the people in the audience, who does traffic accidents in your county?
If it's involving one of our patrol vehicles, we always contact the highway patrol. But then since it's an outside agency, they always do the accident. And
so were they there when you got there?
Yes, they were.
So they had charge of the scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so your only role was to deal with the vehicle that got crashed.
Yes, my main purpose of being there was to check on the officer first. Said I've been this officer since he was born, so I was concerned about his safety.
Okay, then let's go to other incidents. Apparently, there's been some testimony about going to a robbery scene in a vehicle with the sheriff. First off, you go to lunch with the sheriff every day?
Yes, most of them.
And where do you go?
Unfortunately, so.
Okay, so about what time is lunch for you?
Generally, it's 11 o'clock because our office manager, she goes to lunch at 12. So I usually try to go to the front office while she's going to lunch. So that's the reason we try to eat early. We can double duty on those.
And what did the sheriff drive?
He drives a Dodge truck.
Okay, so were you with the sheriff going to lunch?
Yes.
Did he drive the lunch?
Yes. He generally drives.
You were in the passenger seat?
Yes, that's correct.
And what happened?
He wanted to go to the scene to check on what was going on there. We got on scene and I was sitting in the vehicle. He approached the sergeant and started talking to him about what was going on. Deputy Rice pulled up in one of the new Tahoes. We got out of the vehicle and the siren started going on. So I walked over to him, was looking at it, and there was an issue with the vehicle where if you leave the vehicle with the key, then the alarm suddenly was horn sounds, and they had it tied in with the siren. So it started going.
Did you fix the problem?
Yes, I did. Went into the system there and changed the setting on the keypad where it was.
Did you talk to any citizens on the scene about a robbery?
No, it didn't.
Did you investigate anything about the robbery? Okay, and you only got out of the car because the Tahoe's sirens were on?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then you left the scene?
Yes, we went to lunch.
Okay. Let's go again, and this one, I'm going to show you something in a second, but let's go, if we could, to the incident where the child calls 911. Tell us about that.
I had to actually walk through dispatch. And, when I walked through, they had a small child on the speaker. I could hear we only have two dispatchers. So one was on the radio, and one was actually on the console talking to this child. And it kind of caught my attention. You could tell the child was really young. They was trying to get a location. The child did not know their address. So they were trying to ping it with the 911 system. Finally got an address to it. They dispatched the officers to the scene. Then I got a call from John Brogan, which one of the deputies. He asked me that he said he could not get anybody come to the door and wanted to know what to do. I said, well, I can't make that decision. I'm in suspension, but I'd have to call the sheriff. So I got off the phone with him, called the sheriff directly, advised him what was going on with the call. He said, well, under the circumstances, we have no choice for entry. We have a possible child here and a medical issue, possibly said he couldn't wake up his father. So I relayed that information back to the deputy. They gave the.
Okay, and as a result of the allegations here, I asked you to do something different.
I pulled the phone records that I had through the sheriff's office.
Okay, and then there's phone records right in front of you.
They are.
You recognize those phone records?
Yes, I do.
Whose phone records are they?
They're mine.
Are they yours personally or yours under Union County?
Under Union County.
Okay. Runner, I've asked this to be made an exhibit. However, it's not been redacted. The phone numbers exist still there. So we've agreed to redact it and submit it a little bit later. Okay.
So this document has been uploaded. And so
Yes.
it's sideways, so it's.
I think the state wanted to, the post lawyer wanted to make sure the phone numbers were redacted.
Okay, but to make sure that we're looking at the same document, is it bill date 12/2/21, upper right-hand corner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objections to that, Ms. Cooper, about it coming in after? Okay. So once y'all redact it, if you can just re-upload it, I'll accept that as exhibit number 10.
Okay, so number 10, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, if you could, Mr. Smith, look at that document. Now, the phone traffic you just described is on this document.
Yes, it is.
Okay, what is the date? What is the date that it's occurred?
11/4.
Okay, 11/4. About what time does the phone traffic start?
It starts at 10:55 a.m.
Okay, now sitting here today, do you recognize your own phone number on that list?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you recognize the sheriff's phone number?
Yes, I do.
And you recognize the other deputy's number, correct?
Yes, I do.
His name is Brogan?
John Brogan.
John Brogan, okay. Okay, and are those numbers on that sheet?
Yes, sir.
And how does that sheet start with the traffic we're talking about?
Initially starts at line 48, which shows the incoming call from Deputy Brogan.
To your cell phone?
To myself.
I take it that occasionally you all use cell phones rather than radio for some communication. Right?
Sometimes our county is kind of sporadic as radio traffic. We get out on the radio, so sometimes cell phone actually works better than the radio.
Okay, and so that's an incoming call, John Brogan?
Yes, it is.
What's the next call?
The next call is to Sheriff Fruit.
Sure, by who?
By me.
Okay, and the next call?
Is back to Deputy Brogan. Then there's another call to Sheriff Breeding. Another call back to Deputy Brogan and back to Sheriff Breeding.
I make sure I understand what's going on there. John Brogan is asking you whether you can keep the door, correct?
That is correct.
And you told him you could not tell him.
That is correct.
So you stopped and called the sheriff, correct?
That is correct.
All right, again,
Well,
object to the leading. I mean, he's already answered the question and now we're just leading him right back through it step by step. So
Well, I would classify.
I'll go better.
Okay, thank you. I would classify that as clarification, but yes, let's try Mr. Gaines.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the sheriff directed you. Well, tell us what happened.
Well, he had, like I said, John Brogan had called me, and then I called the sheriff and talked to him about the situation, and he told me that to go ahead and have the officer do it.
Did you have any input in that decision?
I didn't know.
In fact, you were conduit, correct?
That is correct.
And why? Why was that?
Due to the fact that the sheriff was en route to Nashville, a lot of times that if a cop comes in, we'll not have a radio, the sheriff might not have a radio with him. So dispatch will give them the information at the times. And then we'll give them my telephone to tell the officer what to do on the scene.
And why did you go through that whole process?
Because I was under the suspension, could not make that determination myself.
There were, when we heard testimony last time, May 20th, that 3 investigators from post came to Union County, right?
That's correct.
Now, we eventually meet with them, but you did learn at that hearing that they drove over to your house, correct?
Later found that out during the hearings.
Okay. And there was a picture that's been in the evidence. Recall that picture? Okay. And it was a Dodge Charger in the driveway, correct?
Yes,
And there was also a Crown Vic up in the top part, right?
yes, there was two truck vehicles.
Okay. Tell us why those vehicles went for house.
The Crown vehicle was stripping to sale. I was going in surplus. I was taking all the equipment off it, I was strapping off it. The Charger, the Jerry Lawson, the SRO sergeant, had been driving that vehicle, which was mine prior to that. And then he complained that there was an issue with the radio was not transmitting, and also the rear lights was not working. So I had to diagnose the problem. It was a loose wire, or as the lights, the radio actually had to be replaced.
Okay. Later, you were called by post from the Union County Sheriff's Department, right? Later that day.
That is correct.
Okay. And did you go?
Yes, sir.
How did you drive it?
My dog showed me.
Minivan? Okay. And when you got there, were you in uniform?
I know.
Did you have a weapon?
No.
And no badge, correct? Okay. And were the post investigators all there? Did they meet with you?
The investigator, Cooper, Raphael Bellows, and Detective Assistant Director of Mines.
Okay. Did they interview at all about your role as a law enforcement officer?
Once I got there, they asked about the time sheets. I think Ms. Cooper did. We went over to the secretary's office. I pulled what time sheets that they requested, and it was making copies.
Okay. Well, speaking of time sheets, did you get paid any less in that time period?
No.
Okay. You didn't get paid any more, did you?
No.
Okay. Did you have any role in the time sheets at all? Creating them?
No.
Okay. Did you paid on salary?
Yes.
Did you have any role in designating yourself or not designating yourself on the time sheet?
No, that's not what I said.
Because you had always agreed that you weren't going to the couch, you were going to work during that time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you work as an administrative officer during that time? Okay. And as fleet, as an assistant fleet guy too, right?
Yes, I worked on the vehicles and like I said, the lights and stuff.
We've heard about these incidents that's been raised by post. Did they ask you about them, any of those incidents at the time they had?
The only conversation we had was about Halloween. With my do for Halloween, if they had any problems. It was the only conversation.
Okay. Did you act in the law enforcement role at all during this time?
No.
Now, I take it December 1 comes swinging around. That's kind of a big deal, isn't it?
I guess it is for me.
Because what? What happened?
I've been in law enforcement for 28 years. You don't realize how much far being a law enforcement officer means to you.
Because prior to December 1 and June 1, you could not make any arrests, you could not stop people, you could not put your blue lights on.
No, couldn't enforce any laws of the incident.
And you did not do that. Okay, and so December 1, what happens?
December 1 comes along, and it's suspension, the sheriff is on the gun badge. And it was back as chief.
Okay, and so you're back on the force, post certified again, right?
Yes.
Okay. At some point after that time period, you see John Brogan.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I'd actually seen him when he was shooting the radar. The attorneys had said that they want to have their investigator talk to him. So I stopped and asked him, that I told him that they would be trying to get in contact with him. I was just giving him a heads up.
Okay, just to make sure we all understand. Do you know John Brogan?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known him?
I've known him since probably about 5 years old.
Since 5 years old. Okay, so you guys are considered friends too, correct?
Yes.
Okay. John Brogan say anything?
He just asked if he was in trouble. I said no. He asked him about the incident, said he hadn't been contacted by anyone. He won't be witness for anything.
So this was after you were suspended, correct?
Yes.
You were in your Dodge Charger at this time.
Yes, I've got my lost charge of that.
Back 1 minute, Your Honor.
Of course.
Mr. Smith, let's talk just briefly about training during this time period. You did not have any role in training at all after you were relieved.
That is correct. Once the sheriff had appointed their training officer, I had no involvement.
But yet you continue to have to train, didn't you?
For post mandates, you have to have 40 hours, which you,
I mean, even if you're suspended for 6 months, you've been certified for 6 months, right?
yes,
So you have to show your full training for the year.
that's my understanding of the rule is that you have to have 40 hours.
So you had to continue training anyway, correct?
Yeah.
Because you didn't have your post certification permanently taken away from you. You were just suspended, for 6 months, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. By December 1, you were back certified.
Yes,
And you had obligations to get your training done, correct?
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I pass the witness.
Any cross-examination, Ms. Cooper?
Yes, ma'am. Deputy Smith, you said that you were, during the suspension, working administrative duties, but that you were not making any law enforcement decisions. And were not acting in law enforcement capacity.
That is correct.
And that the scene that you responded to that we heard about earlier involving the crash, that you were not responding to that as a law enforcement officer, you were responding to that because you knew the officer and you were worried about
Yes, that's correct.
it. And Mr. Gaines asked you, wasn't your scene, you weren't in charge?
Yes.
Okay. But you were the one that called the life flight, and you didn't call it life flight, what was it?
Lifestar is a medical helicopter. No, I didn't.
Did you not testify that you're the one that called?
No, I said that they had advised me, that Deputy Rice advised me that they called for Lifestar, which, I mean, if it leads that, it's generally a very bad, serious accident, possibly maybe a fatality.
Right, and then you learned from dispatch that he wasn't as badly injured and that he wouldn't need it. And you're saying now that that's not what you testified to a few minutes ago?
Yes,
Not
that's
the
what
one? Okay, so you
I
were
did
the
not
one,
call for Lifestar. I was not part of the scene.
are you the one that made the decision to call off Lifestar?
No, ma'am.
Who was that?
It was the medics on the, they're the ones that make the determination on any kind of medical issue for his Lifestar.
And Deputy Rice testified that when he got to the scene, he was there taking pictures and doing things for workers' comp insurance.
Yes.
Were you there taking pictures and doing things for workers' comp insurance?
Yes, I did once I checked on the officer, but primarily I was there because the officer, they said that he was injured and stuff. And like I said, I've known him since he was a kid.
Right. Do you usually have two officers go out to do the insurance and workers' comp or a scene investigation?
Generally, if one of my officers is hurt, I know them personally, they're such friends. So if a friend's hurt, it's something that you lose.
Let's go to the incident involving the entry into the home that Deputy Grogan testified to. I wanted to make sure I had something clear. Did you testify that the sheriff was en route to Nashville when this incident occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And that Deputy Grogan called your Union County cell phone,
Yes, it's correct.
not your personal cell phone,
I don't have a personal.
Okay.
That's in the phone.
issued to you by Union County
Yes, ma'am.
as chief deputy of Union County.
As employee.
So Grogan called you to ask you about whether or not he should enter this home, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And there's no disputing that you're the one that called Deputy Grogan back and said, yes, enter the home.
Yes, ma'am.
You also testified a moment ago that you had no role in creating timesheets or filling out timesheets or anything to do with that, right?
No, well,
In creating timesheets.
I know, I don't create them.
Okay. You do make staffing decisions though, and you did during the suspension regarding coverage of the county, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Okay. If I could, Mr. Chief Deputy Smith, if I may approach the witness.
It'll be fine.
We can go to exhibit that's already been entered.
Ms. Cooper, yes, show opposing counsel what.
Yes, ma'am. It is exhibit number 4, the payroll information for the deputies. It's the 70 pages, and it's also, I believe, already on the iPad. Okay. If you could go to starting on page 29. You recognize that, sir?
It's an overtime explanation sheet.
Okay, and we've established before, that your call number is 702, right?
Well, that's correct.
Okay. And on this overtime sheet, which is looks like employee King, who's testified previously. Can you read for the commission what this says here and expand on above and why he's working overtime?
Stayed out till 1900 for 702, lack of staff. Then made arrest on the Dark Hollow Road at 1945, out of service at 2030 with 736.
And it's signed off on by the sheriff, but you're 702, right? Okay. And then moving on to page 30, also involving Deputy King, an overtime explanation for July 22nd during your suspension. Please tell the commission why you were approving overtime.
I did not approve this.
Okay,
Got here at the bottom is the approval.
please read this part, sir. Expand on above.
Stayed out till 1900 for 702, lack of staff.
Per 702, that's you, right? Okay. Moving on to page 31. For July 27th, 2021, again during your suspension. Would you agree with me, Officer?
Well, thank you.
Take it on your glasses. For July 27th, also involving, I believe, it's Deputy King again. Lack of staff is the explanation for overtime. Staying out until 1900 for 702, you, lack of staff. Moving on to page 32. July 29th, 2021. Explanation for overtime. Tracking runaway juvenile. K9 calls out. July 30th. Also, Billy King. Staying out till 1900 per 702, lack of staff. Again, 702 was you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I have just a moment.
We find
If there are a few others in here, also involving Deputy King, where it says per 702, lack of staff, that you said stay out, you would agree with me that those exist, right?
They possibly could, I don't know, I've not seen those. Phil King is actually one of our canine officers. He actually goes home early, an hour early each shift. So I don't know unless it was a standing order before that, as he'd always done that, if we're short staffed, then he stays out the extra hour, so. But
Is there some reason that Deputy King would say, per Chief Deputy Smith, I need you to stay out and cover this area due to lack
I
of
don't know,
staff?
unless, like I said, it was a Scottish standing order that if he had to, if we were short staffed, that he had to stay home.
A standing order that didn't change during the term of your suspension.
Like I said, I'm not the officer, so I don't know what his motivation or what his reasoning was for putting that. It was approved by the sheriff, not me.
Despite the fact it says per 702.
This one got stopped and it doesn't have my signature on it. That effect.
Would you also be the one that approves, well, let me draw that.
So if there's additional pages showing per 702 that you actually sign that say, Brian Smith approving this overtime, Brian Smith, not a typed in written order, but that you're approving it, sir. Of these payroll, that's your signature spot, correct?
That's my overtime explanation.
Is that your signature?
Yes.
Okay, and this is comp time question, right? Per date 625, 626, 627, 630, 671, all again during your suspension. And you would agree with me that you signed off on that?
That is my signature.
How many cars are in the fleet, sir?
There are approximately 45, I think.
How long has that Dodge Charger been assigned to you?
Since we got it, I'm not exactly.
And it's your testimony to this commission today that when you saw Officer Brogan, after you knew that he was on the witness list, the state's witness list, that you just wanted to check in with him. That's why you stopped the car.
Yes, that's true. We've been having some issues with his grandfather's passing. So I was checking on him to see if he was going on.
So I have.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Philip King is here. Maybe you can help explain something. She showed you some overtime records that were sort of approved by the sheriff that had per 702 during the time you were suspended. First off, how would you define those records? How would you define that? Those records?
As far as that, it doesn't have my signature on it. It's been updated, so
Okay, but you'd agree, are they administrative or they law?
I'd have to be administrative.
Okay, but notwithstanding that, if you go back before you were suspended, Philip King was a dog handler.
He was kind of.
Okay, so he left an hour early. Why? What's the reason for that?
Because federal law, they have to be compensated for the maintenance of the dog. So you either have to pay them for that, or you have to compensate them for them to take time off.
Okay, but often Philip King would not do that if you needed him to work, right?
Yeah, there would be times where we'd be short staffed, somebody would be on vacation.
So I guess I'm just asking, did you have an order for Philip King way prior to your suspension on what to do if you needed him to work?
Yes, I mean, he never called me every time.
He didn't call you every time she showed you money.
No, I don't recall.
He just put per 702 because of a prior order, right?
That's
Your
my.
Honor, I'm gonna object to that.
No, I mean, I'm just following up the training question.
Go ahead, Rule.
You would agree that all the things she just showed you, whether you did them or you didn't do them, whether it's a prior order or not, is any of that law enforcement?
Under my perspective.
In fact, it was exactly the kind of duties the sheriff could actually do it. Okay. No further question.
Recross, Ms. Gruber?
Okay.
Important questions from the commission?
Commissioners, you have any questions of the chief? Commissioner Forrester, you're recognized.
In relation to the issue where they kicked the door in, just instead of having the back and forth between the officer and the sheriff, you might direct that officer to contact the sheriff directly.
Well, I was actually standing in dispatch and still hearing the communication from the child. So he wanted me to keep him updated on both instead of just one side.
And then are there any other, so when you were dispatched, were you certainly capacity dispatch?
I guess you could say I probably could have been because they were tied up on the phone. So I was actually relaying messages that the dispatch does. If there's a critical incident, sergeant can't get out on the radio, then they may call by radio to the dispatch, and the dispatch relays to that. It just kind of depends. Like I said, sometimes the phone service is better than the radio service.
So for this, was there any reason also to contact the sheriff directly?
I'm not aware of one. Actually, he has a sergeant too. I'm not for sure unless I'd actually seen him earlier, but he was just waiting. He'd seen him in the office.
Okay, what procedure would you need as far as the notification? I'm sorry, let me say, how would you direct it to handle issues that were a law enforcement function? If the officer can use it?
I defer them to the sheriff or the supervisor.
And would it be the middleman or just the,
I mean, it just kind of depends on the circumstances. I felt like it's kind of an emergency situation. So he's relating with them, with being the best, just the way I did. Those decisions.
so sheriff can be part of that?
I know there was just that anything related to law enforcement, his decision or one of his sergeants.
Chief, council asked you before that through the suspension and you had initiated any arrest or search warrants. Have you done that since the suspension's been lifted?
Since the suspension has been lifted, I'm not arrested.
But no search warrants.
I take it over did.
Where you've initiated?
No, that I've not wrote myself. I may have been a part of the team that went, but I wasn't actually in the process.
And you're in a sworn capacity of that.
Yes, sir.
You're not in uniform.
Yes.
That's a uniform.
Well, no, I'm not. I mean, dress attire for respect for the commission and stuff.
Are you displaying a firearm today?
No, sir.
Are you displaying a badge today?
No, sir.
Any other commissioners? Chief Smith, I'm Sheriff Parton, I'm commissioner up here. I don't know that, have we ever met?
I think I've seen you at the Sheriff's Association.
Have we ever been out to dinner or we socialized? Have we broke bread together? Have we talked fishing tales or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. It's hard as a sheriff to sit here and judge another chief deputy of the sheriff's department. I want that understood. But I want to ask a few questions.
Yes, sir.
Well, tell me how many employees, just roughly within one or two employees are total at the sheriff's office of Union County?
Total at the sheriff's office, between the jail and the patrol, SROs, probably about 60 to 65. Sir.
Okay. How many patrol deputies would you have? 10-8 on day shift?
3, sir.
3.
Yes.
How many square miles is Union County?
I'm not sure the square mileage.
Pretty mountainous area.
Yes, sir. We generally run 3 patrol districts, which they have 2 districts each to cover.
So you know what the general population is of Union County?
Approximately 21,000. So
21,000. So would it be safe to say that folks at Union County know each other?
yes, sir. It's a very tight-knit community.
Okay. So would, did you work, if you worked in years past along with county commissioners, the county mayor, things of that nature?
Yes, sir. I was with the Union County Rescue Squad for years, the Volunteer Fire Department for years.
Has the county mayor ever rode in a county patrol car?
Yes, he has.
County commissioner?
Yes.
They'd be general citizens, wouldn't they?
Yes, that's correct.
You ever seen any of them show up at a fender bender or wreck with injuries and maybe direct traffic till somebody got there?
I've not seen it myself.
Well, I mean, I'll take that back. A general citizen.
Yes, I have seen that, sir.
And they would direct traffic and do a due diligence to protect the citizens of Union County until proper authorities got there.
Yes, sir.
And you would consider them as good Samaritans.
I would, sir.
You consider yourself a good Samaritan during that suspension time?
I do. I think I'm a member of the community and I try to help the community as much as I can.
And I've heard testimony here that you did not arrest nobody.
No, sir.
And part of your administrative duties was to work on the cars, kind of a chief of staff situation.
Yes, sir. I do everything.
You just was not able to go out and cuff anybody. do see where the pay approval would be an administrative type issue. It is at my department at times, because we all have to pull together and do, everybody has to do something.
Yes, especially in this COVID.
That's right. Even if you did drive the Dodge Charger with the blue lights in it, did you ever turn them on and stop a car?
No, sir.
Would there be any 911 recordings from the 911 center of you doing that during your suspension?
No, sir.
Is there any booking sheets of when you would have brought anybody in?
No, sir.
Would it have been illegal for you to have transported somebody from court to the jail?
We have corrections officers that are not commissioned officers.
They're not commissioned officers, they're not post-certified, are they?
No, sir.
But could you have done that?
I assume that-
Could you serve civil process?
As far as I know, just have to be over the age of 18 for civil process.
Okay. So my point is I've not heard any testimony here at all where this man broke the law. That's all the questions I have. Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Gaines, of your witness?
I just put one on the head, but I'll just ask one question. Who asked you to dress like that?
My lawyers did.
Okay. So whose fault is it? You're not sure.
My lawyers.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any recross, Ms. Cooper?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Any other witnesses for the respondents?
No, Your Honor, we rest.
No further proof from documentation standpoint aside from the one pending document, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Any rebuttal proof, Ms. Cooper?
Just briefly, if I could if I could call Investigator Cooper and if she could stay where she's seated, because I'll get her to put something on the screen.
That'll be fine. Ms. Cooper, I know it's been a minute since I placed you under oath, but you recall that I placed you under oath the first day of testimony back in May, is correct? All right, you remain under oath from that date. Ms. Cooper, whenever you're ready.
Investigator Cooper, earlier today, there was testimony that not only was the chief deputy suspended, but that they took the extra step and went into a CADIS as they're supposed to do a change of status regarding notification to the post commission regarding chief deputy Smith's status with the department. Did you hear that testimony? Yes. Okay. As a result of that testimony, did I ask you to check into Chief Deputy Smith's status in a case? Yes. Okay. And what did you find?
The last status change would have been as 9/1/2014. He was rehired as chief deputy.
So the suspension or the change to a civilian position was never entered into his status by the Union County Sheriff's Department. Okay. And I want to take you back to testimony in May regarding your conversation with Deputy King. Do you recall meeting with him in October of 2021? Yes. Okay. And you heard him testify here today that he had by the time he met with you, he had numerous conversations with Sheriff Breeding and knew exactly what he was supposed to do with the training. Yes. What is your recollection of that conversation with Deputy King?
I remember him just openly started discussing the training that they had leading up to that point in the year. He was proud of what he had recently implemented with training. He did mention that they had taken some things online with the academy, and I recall mentioning him. I don't believe you're supposed to be, completing your training using online resources. You're supposed to be looking at other ways to get your training, which would be in-person training. And he said, I don't know about all that happened before my time.
All right, thank you.
I have 1 second, Your Honor.
Of course.
If we could, in rebuttal or not closed our proof, but it can be a little outside of rebuttal, but it's somewhat connected. I'll Philip King back up the stand.
First, do you have any questions for Ms. Cooper?
Oh, I'm sorry, no.
That's what I thought you were doing. Okay, so before I answer that question, Commissioner, any questions?
Sorry.
It's all right. Any questions for the commission members for Ms. Cooper?
I do, for Ms. Cooper, at what time can this commission in the middle of this hearing before proof's done, make a motion?
That's for me.
Or for you, Your Honor, I'm
You
sorry.
asked me that question. Well,
I think the witness first.
right, let's answer, let's take care of, let's see if there's any questions for Ms. Cooper. And then,
Carry on.
okay.
I couldn't hear what he said.
No, there's no,
Okay.
we're just asking if we're waiting for any questions. It doesn't appear that there are. It's an unusual question. Commissioner, I've never had a board ask me.
It's a civil board.
No, it is.
We're still doing closing arguments from that side.
Right, I would advise the commissioners that we allow the close of proof, the charge, and the receipt, and then you can make a motion immediately if
That's
you'd
why I
like.
call you
Okay.
the honor.
That's right, thank you, okay. Any further rebuttal proof from the state?
Actually, not, right.
No,
Closed.
from the state first. Hold on.
I'm sorry, you look at me and
I know, any for the rebuttal proof? It's hard to see where I'm looking, I can appreciate that, because you all are so close with this. Ms. Cooper, any further rebuttal for the state?
No, ma'am.
Okay, any further proof from the respondents?
No, ma'am.
Okay, closing argument, Ms. Cooper?
I could have 3 minutes.
Okay,
So
so
into that.
commission members don't go far. We'll just take a very brief recess while Ms. Cooper gathers and respondents, attorneys gather their thoughts. So I'd like you to be ready as well.
No, not really.
Well, I had to die from cancer. I worked in the nursing world.
Are you up for
Oh, yeah. Tennessee Sheriff, we all have passed election.
Is this your year?
That's all of our years.
Is it really?
All sheriffs, all
We
95
expect-
counties.
We expect at least, what, probably about 35, probably 30 to 35.
Well, I hope
sheriffs.
I'm not one of them.
No, I mean, I'm just talking about, no, I'm talking about just in races, whoever incumbent is
Right, right.
running it.
Oh,
There was 22 in my class.
Okay.
so much. I mean, I didn't know that was the same. I didn't know that was.
Vote for
All your county,
How far?
every county position except for Texas.
How far?
off this floor.
This is the year for.
Get rushed in to yell back.
Yes, yes.
The year sign.
You move out of the corner.
Yeah. I got 11 or she will die. I got two daughters. Someone that's sitting on so land. I shot her back. That 11 it's hard to have.
We got. I grew up on a farm.
We had a couple of projects that were but it wasn't time.
After that, I never.
Part time for 6 months, just to do it. And I can't even possibly. So I worked part-time basis for 6 months, but he was.
It's,
He would have my work.
that's good. So my mother's a coach, she loves to read. She's there, she's sure she doesn't say much.
That's nice.
Come down and smash it.
Don't get on the way to take one. She has a bad day. I was like, we were $2 down that day. I was like, no, that kept the food.
It's been around here.
Yeah, well, that's-
Yeah, come up.
That was-
For Gail Rice.
Yes.
Like he's been in.
This is what you say. I guess what's your sound? It's okay. Don't say it. Don't say it. No, I know.
I was in the office, I was straight, I went down to-
I've been in there.
But I did for sure overhead.
See, exactly.
The sheriff put him in the back seat of the car, and poured down the back road. When I was calling, and the sheriff opened it, opened the
So we're good. So we're
Bounce back.
Yeah. Okay.
What I just do out there?
Yeah.
Commission members, if we can
Or pay
just
best.
resettle, please. Ms. Wilson, after a very brief recess, we are back on the record. Both sides have closed their proof. We're ready for closing arguments. Ms. Cooper.
Ladies and gentlemen of the commission, I appreciate your patience and your attention over these 2 days. It's always a difficult position that you have, having to sit in judgment as Sheriff Park said of another elected sheriff and their staff. It's even more difficult when the respondents in question have had multiple opportunities to do the right thing and haven't done it. We are here today because there was a multi-year scheme to cheat, not just the citizens of Boone County, but the state of Tennessee by this department. They were caught. They entered into this agreed order in June 2021. And it strains incredulity to think that these men came before you and agreed to continue to do things as usual, that that's what you all agreed to as the Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission. Sheriff Breeding has said, well, the order said that my training officer would work with other agencies. That's not what the order says. You have the order in front of you on your iPads. This was a serious matter. It is a serious matter. The Post Commission took it seriously and told these men, you will work with another county to do training because we can't trust you. As you have shown and admitted, we can't trust you to do the training on your own. And they walked away. And they, Sheriff Breeding in particular, just acted the way things were. You've heard testimony that from Deputy King, well, we took a year, but we've righted this ship, and now we're going to do all of this in-house training. I've got these officers certified to do this, these instructors. That's not what they agreed to. That's not what they pledged to you that they would do. Because yet again, I say, because they've shown that we can't trust them to do that. All of this could have been avoided. All of it. If first of all, they hadn't cheated, obviously. But if second of all, if they had just stood up, if Sheriff Breeding had just stood up and said what he was going to do. I mentioned a little while ago during my rather argumentative exchange with Deputy King, he was talking about, well, you know, it's COVID. And so we had some things and we had to wait. And then I had my medical issues, and all of that is true. And I sympathize with Deputy King and what he was going through. But that man, Sheriff Breeding, stood here and he knew all of that. He knew the pandemic was going on. He knew what kind of difficulties he was going to have. And yet he knew it was necessary because you all told him it was necessary. Lose your certification or do these things to right this ship. You're going to be on probation for 2 years to make sure that you're going to continue to right this ship. He would stand here and have you all believe that he had 1 year, 11 months, and 29 days before he actually could be held accountable for anything. It was a year. We're now here a year later. And everything that he has done, that he's had his department do, again, to right the ship, happened after we put him on notice that you're not doing what you said you were going to do. It's unfortunate, but it's a self-created problem by Sheriff Breeding. signed that order. Deputy Smith signed that order. I'm not gonna tell you that the Deputy Smith proof is a lie. It's not. I do have a problem with the man telling a patrol officer to break down a door. That's a Fourth Amendment issue. That's a law enforcement. That's a law enforcement act that he was fine with passing along. Some of those timesheets might be administrative. I don't argue that either, that they're not. Some of those are coverage issues. How are we going to protect the people of Union County? I would submit that's a law enforcement function. You all are responsible in the end for the safety and the training of the officers, but also for the safety of the people of Tennessee. Your word should mean something, and their promises to you should mean something. And so I ask you to hold them to the promise that they made to you to get their ship in order.
Thank you. Mr. Gaines?
On behalf of Brian Smith, you all heard my more lengthy argument. They told me to be short now, earlier today. And now you have the benefit of a couple things, right? You have the benefit of knowing that the door kick in incident was actually the sheriff ordering the door kicked in. Sure, it went back and forth between the officers on the scene, but inevitably it was the sheriff that made that decision, not Brian Smith, right? And then you also got the benefit of learning that the Charger in Brian Smith's driveway that everybody was disappointed in is actually a Charger he was working on for another sergeant. He was clearing the lights out, he was working the cars like he was mandated to by the sheriff. Brian Smith has fulfilled his promise. He was demoted, he lost income, he was suspended from post, he had no law enforcement duties, and there's not one lick of evidence in both days that show he did one thing as a law enforcement officer. No arrest, no gun, no blue lights, no anything I would say law enforcement on TV or otherwise. The definition is clear. I heard a definition I liked over here: any arrest or search warrants. That's law enforcement. What he did was he signed off on, maybe he signed off some timesheets. He listened in the dispatch occasionally. He went to lunch with the sheriff. He did administrative duties. And that was it. That was his job. And Post didn't say he couldn't work. So he fulfilled his responsibilities. And you heard how happy he was that December when he got his badge and done that. He has complied with the order. Absolutely 100%. And I can tell you, take my lawyer hat off, and I will end right now. As common sense, no lawyer hat. There's not one bit of proof he acted as a law enforcement officer in this case. None. It's all administrative. So I would submit to you that you find the allegations are not proved. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morrow, any closing argument?
Briefly, Your Honor. Commissioners here for Sheriff Breeding. I appreciate your time and patience with us. Sheriff Breeding's here on, I guess, two allegations. The first being that he allowed Chief Deputy Smith to act as law enforcement officer during suspension. I will defer to my colleagues' arguments on that. I believe that it's been fairly, if not entirely, shown that that's not the case. Chief Deputy Smith was not acting as a law enforcement officer. Of course, Sheriff Breeding is not fairly to do so. The question before us then is whether or not Sheriff Breeding and the Union County Sheriff's Department is in compliance with the order put down regarding training. The order itself says Respondent Breeding will work with the Sheriff's Office newly appointed training officer to establish a training program that will work with another county to expand and modernize the training of deputies in the Union County Sheriff's Office, while also minimizing potential abuses of that problem. There is nothing in this order about when this has to get done. That's a drafting problem. That's a drafting problem. But the fact is, even if the situation where we were on one day before this probation was going to run, Sheriff Breeding tried to come in here and say, I'm going to do it on the last day. Certainly violating spirit of it, not exactly. But that's not where we are. That's not close to where we are. You all heard from Philip King, the man more excited and upbeat and passionate about training I've never met. he has sold me on what's going on with that department. Now, of course, Ms. Cooper said that, there's COVID and there's other things. Logistics matter in these things. They absolutely do. Getting these programs started, getting them up to speed like it is now is certainly understandable. Most likely why there's a 2-year probationary period. Give the department time to rank that ship and to do the right thing and get the training. Now, I know there's been a lot of discussion about working with other counties. As Ms. Cooper may understand this order, maybe she reads that as working under another county. If it was written that way, maybe we'd be having another conversation. There's nothing in that order that says they're going to delegate the training responsibilities from the county or work under the supervision of the county. If that was the intent, that could have been put into the order as well. This language was agreed on, all the parties and signed. If that was the intent, make it clear, because working with is not working under. It's a different preposition, it's a different proposition. But the fact remains that at least since this order has been put into place, there are significant gains that have been made. Now, of course, there's nothing in this order about in-person training, not a word about it. We've talked about in-person training ad nauseum. There's not a word about in-person training. There's not a word mandating in-person training. There's not a word mandating percentage of in-person training. But I think when Sheriff Breeding met with the first Chris Hardin and then with Philip King, he said, I want to do the best thing I can do. I want to make sure I'm getting my officers the best training I can get for them. And I believe that to be in-person training. Let's make that happen. Here's the steps how we have to do it. And here's where we have to go. That's what Officer King has set up. He's gotten officer certified training classes. He's gotten the classes themselves certified posts. The mandating extra classes. Of course, they had to start with some online training because they've got officers out in the field. They can't suspend all training until all this comes to fruition, or they're not going to have any post-certified officers to take care of their community. That percentage of online training is, it's that necessary evil. It's there, and we're going to mitigate it and make it small. That's where they are. But we are at the halfway point of this probationary period. Ms. Cooper's come in and said they've absolutely failed to do anything about training. That's flatly false. That is just not true. They've got steady, dedicated plan in place, got personnel in place. If it's a situation where this commission wanted to put milestones, guideposts, deadlines in there, they've been happy to do that. We'll still be happy. They probably thought as I thought. There's a mechanism to check on how they're doing. There's spot checks. But none were made. The spot check had been made and said, I don't agree with this. This is not how I understood it. And that's the testimony that came in. The investigative group said, I was under the impression. Investigator Bill, I thought that's what it meant. And that even those, these aren't things communicated to the point. Sheriff Breeding took this order very seriously. He could have just read that as lightly as he possibly could, done absolutely the bare minimum, done nothing for a year and a half, and so now it's about time to get started. But he did. He took that order very seriously. Put the personnel and the procedures in place to make sure he's got a training program, carefully monitored, carefully done, so he can put the best officers he can out on the street. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. The commission has heard the proof in the matter of Commerce and Insurance versus William Breeding and Commerce and Insurance versus Brian Smith. It is now my duty to charge you as to the law you must follow in reaching your decision. You are the exclusive judges of the facts in this case. You are also the exclusive judges of the law, specifically your statutes, rules, and regulations and their application to these cases. You should apply the law to the facts in deciding these cases under the direction of my charge. You exclusively have the authority to make findings of facts and reach conclusions of law in these matters. No one else can participate in your deliberations. However, if you find that you need to have the law or legal terminology explained to you, I can assist you. The state has alleged that the respondents have violated certain of the state's applicable rules and statutes. You must limit your inquiry into the violations of the statutes and rules as listed in the state's notice of hearing and charges. You must not infer from any of my rulings or instructions that I hold any view or opinion for or against any party. None of my remarks have been intended to indicate an opinion as to the facts or what your decision should be. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility or believability of the witnesses who have testified in this case. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You are not required to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. The testimony in this matter are the 10 exhibits that I have accepted into evidence and the various oral testimony from the witnesses. The arguments made by the attorneys are, while persuasive, and they're meant to be so, are not evidence. Although you may only consider the competent evidence presented during this hearing in making your decisions, this does not mean you are required to set aside your common knowledge or experience in the field of law enforcement. You may, and in fact should, weigh the evidence in light of your training and your own observations and experience. Your deliberations must be audible in public before all parties. If you need assistance with the law or the structure of your order, I will be available to assist you. It is inappropriate for the parties, their counsel, the witnesses, or commission staff to participate in your deliberations. Any action taken by the commission must be by a majority vote of the panel. The Uniform Administrative Procedures Act requires that you issue a written decision. Your written decision must contain 4 parts. It must contain findings of facts, conclusions of law, a decision regarding what disciplinary action, if any, is taken, and the policy reasons for your decision or determination. Per the statute and the rules, each side has the opportunity to present written proposed findings of facts and conclusions of law. It's not required. Do either side have proposed findings of facts and conclusions of law they wish to submit to the board?
We have one that's largely drafted. There's so many changes since the hearing.
Okay.
I'd have to submit later.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. Ms. Cooper, are your proposed findings on the iPads or is it written?
It's written.
Okay, and
I have.
okay. You're welcome to disseminate that to the board at this time. What Ms. Cooper is handing you is for your convenience only. You may adapt all, none, part of it in reaching your own final order. Unless there are questions from the commission concerning my charge, I will now turn the hearing over to the commission chair to preside over your deliberations, after which you will make your findings of facts, reach your conclusions of law, including the decision regarding whether any disciplinary action shall be taken against the 2 respondents, and if so, determine what disciplinary action should be taken, and give it your policy reason for your decision. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Me too.
Mr. Breyer, I only have the proposed final order from Mr. Smith. If you could also hand.
Does every commissioner have two orders? Two different names. General Cherry, which one do you like?
I need one for reading.
Breeding, Sheriff Breeding.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, as I missed this whole one.
Some assistant.
It was.
No, last,
I don't know.
first mistake, last day.
That's right. Let's hear you, Richard.
If y'all need some more time, go ahead. I think at this point, if I understand, we can open this up for discussion. Everybody don't have to jump at once.
I'll start.
Commissioner Green, you're recognized.
At least in my case, I don't know if we have a preponderance of evidence to substantiate the revocation on either party. All the evidence. Some of it's clerical. Some is administrative. My experience would show that I just don't know if there's preponderance from the additional investigation to show the facts. That would be my discussion about it.
Commissioner Ford.
This is actually more of a question. I can't find it. In relation to the suspension, state, once somebody suspended, they have to reapply for certification and then get a waiver. So part of the was getting a waiver, but is that waiver implied within this order? Because if he still needed a waiver, that's something that post commission would still be back. That's okay. Certification. So that's, I guess that's a reason.
I think the way the intent of the order was that it'd be reactivated upon the termination of the term period. Yeah. There might have been discussion whether another psychological is necessary, but still employed with the police department. I'm not sure that was something that y'all should consider today.
Commissioner Wagner.
Looking at the findings of fact under Mr. Smith and Sheriff Brady, unlike Commissioner Green, I don't see where number 5, Smith continued action law enforcement officer. I do want to make one comment. I think Mr. Gaines probably misunderstood me. But 2 things that certification does that you cannot do if you're not certified is do an arrest warrant or search warrant. There are other law enforcement things that we do that you don't have to be certified to do. But anyway, that's a side note. Number 2, Sheriff Brady, I saw no proof that either one of these, sheriff or the chief deputy, that they were responsible for the chief. The issue with me is that some people took advantage of the system and cheated on the test. There's been no proof that either one of these gentlemen spearheaded any kind of issue like that. I thought maybe there would be some kind of proof. So I'm, like Commissioner Green, I've seen nothing that shows that either one of these officers violated the order. Now, the one issue about the working with the other county, I don't know how an elected sheriff in one county can work under a sheriff in another county. That's an entirely different issue. I think they put on the proof to show that they did work with Clinton and with Ranger County. And things are happening. It should have happened quicker, but, you know, as I understand it, they're still on probation until 23. Is that not correct?
The department.
Right. But I see I don't see any proof that either of these gentlemen violated.
Commissioner Cherry.
Thank you. I would join with Commissioner Green and with my neighbor here next door. That the allegations haven't been proven, and the findings of fact 5 and 6 for breeding and number 5 for Smith. We should modify those to reflect that those are not proven rules of law, and that their certification should not be revoked. So we can work out those details with the lawyer. We need to take a vote at some point on that. I think that's kind of the initial determination we need.
Are you making a motion on that, General?
Yes, I would.
Commissioner Cherry.
Make a motion that we modify the findings of fact that the allegations are not true.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion, a second. We're going to start it. If you want to go over that in a little more detail, General Cherry, and you're at you're on the order in the matter of Tennessee versus William Franklin Breeding II, and you're addressing item number 5.
Yes, finding of fact number 5 and number 6. Number 5, the way it's written right now, says Smith continued to act as a law enforcement officer during suspension of the supervision control of the respondent in violation of the terms of the agreed order while Smith's certification was suspended. I think instead, we want to make this real simple based on what we have before us. We can have our finding of fact that nothing supports a finding that Smith continued to act as a law enforcement officer during the suspension period.
So in other words, you could, your motion would be to scratch number 5.
Basically, yes, although not to scratch it entirely, but a finding that Smith did not act as a law enforcement officer.
Okay.
Likewise, in 6, that respondent agreed to work with the county. The second sentence, respondent has failed to do so in violation of the terms of the agreed order. A finding that I don't think we can find that he failed to do so. I hesitate just a little bit to find that he has met the terms of the agreed order, but I think we have that for us. I think we can make that finding.
And to elaborate on that, General Cherry, from my standpoint, I was in the committee that accepted the agreement, the original agreement. It was my understanding at the time of that agreement or that order, I didn't have wasn't under the assumption that Union County was going to have to go rely on another county for their problems, that their problems were going to be taken care of in-house inside that county, but reach out and maybe seek other ideas or possibly try to bring some folks in. And that's the testimony I heard. I don't think this board ever intends to put the responsibility of another county on other members of law enforcement in this state. I would hope you'd not do that to me. If I created the problem, then I need to fix the problem.
In my view, it appears that Sheriff Breeding has acted in good faith to try to remedy the problems that they had in their training program. Perhaps we can make a finding about that.
Is there I'm sorry, go
And I
ahead.
would say that when it says to modernize your training, actually online training is the direction of modernization and trying to find ways to prevent cheating, as they testified to, kind of falls within the lines of the wording of the order.
And again, I would look as just a lack of responsibility on our part if our wording in our orders or not detailed enough. We see this a lot. We see this in the criminal courts. Judge may be thinking one thing, the DA may be thinking another, and the defendant may assume it's another way. But you know, that's fault on us. But it was my understanding, they did, from the testimony I heard, they did exactly what I thought they would do. Reach out, find ideas, network. But what are you doing? That's what I'm doing. We do it all the time. How you make drug arrests? Well, we do this. What equipment you use? What size gun you got? Same kind of thing. So I agree with you, General Chair. Any other discussion on the matter of the order dealing with State of Tennessee versus William Franklin Breeding II? Would you want to go on through and look at the conclusion of law and number one?
Yeah, it's,
General Chair, is my understanding as correcting number 5 and the language that the motion and the second is on, which relates to the language in number 6, in reality dismisses the whole order.
so I don't know if we necessarily have to have it. Well, if we do, I think it would be that more defined.
Well, it's more, I believe what we recommend, I would recommend that it be more that the board has the ability to make the determination. Your authority of rest in the statute and the rules that y'all have. This is the proper body to make this determination.
You have to make it.
Yes, well, so it's like to basically your authority under the statute.
I would like to elaborate on that discussion for a minute. And I would go on and revert over to Mr. Smith's order as well, since this is a joined hearing. Again, I will say, you know, the state, this chief and this sheriff admitted wrongdoing. They admitted their guilt. They took their medicine. The reason we're back here is that we're getting this board in the state of Tennessee, I feel like, and our investigators and our post staff got used as political pawns to do some Union County political dirty work. And I don't like that. Whether you know, these men did what they did. That's they admitted that. They pled guilty to that. They did that. But then we come back, that wasn't good enough. And we had testimony. We had testimony that the informant in this case is a political opponent of the defendants, which raises concerns with me that this board gets used in that manner. And it is my opinion that the citizens of Union County deal with this matter. And I'm making a motion to dismiss all of it. Write it up, fix it, how are you gonna do it? I'm for dismissing the whole thing. I wanted to hear the evidence. I was not happy in the beginning, but after hearing the evidence and weighing it in, it's not there, ladies and gentlemen. It's not there. We've had no videos. I've heard all about press. There's been no exhibits of press put to us, any news articles, any reports, no current other employees, former employees. It's all been one-sided. And I feel like we just got used. That's my opinion.
If we can address this in such a motion, I would say, but I'm not sure that's what we
Let's
can do.
let's deal with your motion first, Mr. Perry.
Yeah, there is a motion.
Okay. One at a time. So let's have a vote. If you'd like to go through maybe all of the findings of facts as to each order first. I know you only addressed 2 on Mr. Breeding's and maybe 1 on Mr. Smith's. So
Okay, well, let's try to take these one at a time.
Yes.
How about for number 5 on breeding? Just preface that whole paragraph with nothing supports Smith continued to act as a law enforcement officer in suspension period and supervision control in violation of terms, blah, blah, blah. So that makes sense. And then number 6. How about something like this? The evidence shows that the respondent complied with its obligations under the agreed order to work with another county to expand modernized training and blah, 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 taking out the second paragraph altogether.
Also on number 2.
Hold on one second. Mr. Cherry, Commissioner Cherry, well, I appreciate the blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
That's not particularly helpful. So,
kind of make this more specific.
Yes.
Thank you.
so we'll get to you, Commissioner, I promise.
I wasn't able to hear what number 5 was.
Okay, so Commissioner Cherry, if you'll also, once you're finished with number 6, if you'll
Okay.
restate for the record, number 5.
All right, let's go back to number 5. I'm proposing this. Nothing supports a finding that, and picking up the paragraph where it begins, Smith continued to act as a law enforcement officer in suspension under the supervision of controlled responding in violation in terms of the reorder. All Smith's certification was suspended. So basically, that same paragraph with that.
Yes, it's fast. You talk very quickly, Commissioner Cherry, and make sure you speak up because so a little bit, I got that, but next
Let's try
time.
that again.
No, I think that Ms. Wilkes got it. Did you get it, Ms. Wilkes, or no?
Barely. It's because I can hear other people speaking at the same, and he's very low.
Let me run that by you.
Okay.
Just to get it right. Okay. Number 5 would read, nothing supports a finding that, and then it's picking up the paragraph as it's written. Nothing supports a finding that Smith continued to act as a law enforcement officer during the suspension under the supervision and control of respondent in violation of the terms of the reorder of Smith's certification system. So still go too fast.
You're not faster, so low.
Okay.
No, louder, maybe louder. Mr. Chair.
Okay.
All right, so Commissioner Cherry, do you have a proposed language for fact number
For
6?
number 6, yes. For number 6, evidence shows that respondent complied with the agreed order to work with another county to expand and modernize the training of deputies of the Union County Sheriff's Office.
And Commissioner Green, I believe that's what you were the second.
Yes.
Okay, you remain my.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's take a vote on that language before we move on to the other. Yes.
Motion on table, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion? Opposed? Abstained. One abstention, motion carries.
Commissioner Wagner, under 2, under Sheriff Brady, I think we should either strike that or straighten it up because it says that he and Chief Smith were assisting officers in keys. I saw no evidence of that. So I don't think we should leave that language in there. Either strike the paragraph or change that.
That was from the previous, hearing,
So, I mean, you still.
which is the basis of.
Yeah, but I heard no, this is a final order. I heard no evidence that either one of them were involved in cheating. There was no evidence of it. I know what the original thing was, but this is the final deal here.
Well, I think the agreed order was exhibit 1. Let them have that information.
Well, part of the problem is we didn't have a hearing on this. It's part of it as a result of these. I mean, number 2 basically lays out an allegation that was not necessarily proven. And then under 3, the respondent
Well, maybe it shouldn't be under.
for the purpose of avoiding action, which is
Maybe
basically what we're doing.
it shouldn't be under finding the fact.
Well, the commission was notified. That, I mean, that's correct. And then it just lays out the allegation that they were notified of, and the fact that they entered into an order to avoid further action. I mean, it very well could be that if we heard this in a hearing, we might have determined that there wasn't a basis for it, but having agreed to the order, they've already kind of
Put yourself on.
yeah,
Stipulation.
kind of held themselves to that.
Stipulations of fact.
So
Okay,
I think it's kind of hard to get around that.
okay. All right, under conclusion of all,
Hold on, before we move on to conclusions,
Finish the
I
findings.
think you all should finish up your findings of fact.
So we're done with the findings of fact for reading things.
The only two that you've adapted are 5 and 6.
Right.
There's been no motion as to 1 through 4.
Oh, okay.
So
Well,
Motion to accept as read.
here is second.
Second.
any
Wait a minute.
discussion? So is the motion to adopt 1 through 4 or to disregard 1 through 4?
They were statements of facts, right? Coming from the original document.
That is correct. The original
Motion
agreement.
to accept as read.
Okay. Have a motion to accept as written. Any discussion?
That's just for 1 through 4.
That's for the 1 through 4 on
Brady.
Sheriff Breeden. All in favor? Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. 1 abstention. And we're done. We're done with 1 through 6 now with Sheriff Breeding's issues.
Chair, if you remove your conclusions of law, I just cited to the authority of the post commissions under TCA 388104, which basically has the duties of the commission. 388110 applies to sheriffs, but that the chapter of law enforcement certification by the post commission applies to sheriffs. And 388111 applies to base on those statutes.
So we would, if we heard Chief Counsel's conclusion of that, we can go on. Let's go to, therefore going to the judgment. Respondent certifications, are you there yet?
So there has to be
A vote on
a
that.
vote on that.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand the conclusion of law.
Well,
You referenced the statute.
the statute, 104 establishes the duties of the commission. It lists out where your authority is over the licensing of all the rules, adoption, and so forth. So that would be probably applicable law in this matter, that you have the authority to hear this such matters. 388110 basically provides that the statute applies to sheriffs. The chapter of 38.8 applies to sheriffs. So that's just basically saying that the sheriff's applies to fall under the post commission. And then 38.111 is your authority to administer pay supplements, which is kind of what was maybe the base of the first order and what we're brought us here the first one.
So basically, the conclusion of law is just we have authority to act in this case.
That's what really decided the statute is. You have authority. This is your geographical territory.
We have a motion on the floor to accept conclusion of law.
I'll make that motion.
Have a motion to hear second. Second, all in favor? Opposed? 1 abstention. Motion passes. Now let's move on to judgment. Wherefore it is there hereby ordered and judged, respondent's certification is, do I have a motion?
Motion.
What is in your motion?
Maintain it.
Motion to maintain. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Discussion.
The one concern is that we still have a period of oversight as far as the training program for Union County.
That would stay in place until that is the original. I think what we're doing basically in layman's terms, we're reverting back to the original order. The agreed order.
So are we doing enough just to say that his certification is maintained under this order?
That's
We don't have to go further.
Because that's just addressing this issue.
Right.
That's what we're dealing with today.
Could we not simply just state this? Particular cases dismissed?
That's what I've been trying to do for the last 30 minutes, sir.
That seems like it'd be easier.
would he amend his motion?
Sure.
And who had the second to that? Second to his
Second.
motion.
All in favor? Opposed? One abstention. Duly noted.
And there's still the policy statement.
Yeah, somehow knew we was getting to that.
And it's usually pretty generic, similar to what you're running.
Has everybody had a chance to look over the policy statement? And I've done this several times, and you think that I would remember how to proceed through these. Sorry, that's on, taking up your time.
For the policy statement, do we just take out the second paragraph then?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to
Have a motion to remove 2 and keep 1 under the policy statement on Sheriff Breeding's order.
Second.
Have a second, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? One abstention. Moving on, reconsideration, stay and review, and that's going to be in the final order.
Yes, that's statutory language, so you don't have to approve that. That's not part of it.
And we'll know, I don't know when we'll do this up, but sometime or another, the chair has to sign off on that. And Ms. Cooper, you'll draw that up. Now, we concluded on the matter of State of Tennessee Commerce and Insurance versus William Franklin Breeding II. Has that concluded? Does everybody have the legal? Are we good there, Your Honor?
Good.
I can set this into the
Yes.
side. And let's now formally address the matter of State of Tennessee Commerce and Insurance. Respondent Brian Lynn Smith.
On the findings, I move we approve 1 through 4.
second.
Have a motion to approve 1 through 4 with a second. Any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? Same, 1 abstention. All right, now we're kind of back to, I don't think we didn't vote on,
How
have a discussion on number 5 yet, have we?
about the fact that, administrative capacity during the suspension?
Well, we can do that, we can just take the same paragraph, number 5, we had in reading, and apply it here. Nothing supports the finding that Smith continued to act as law enforcement officer during suspension.
I'll make that motion.
All right. Madam Recorder, did you need some more clarity on what they just said in item number 5? I'm trying to take care of it. Any discussion on the motion on item number 5? If not, all in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 1 abstention. Conclusion of law.
I'll make a motion.
Have a motion to put forth the same conclusion of law as in the previous order under Sheriff Breeding's language. Any discussion? Have a second? I'm sorry.
Second.
Second. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? 1 abstention. Judgment. I think we would be at the same location here as we were with the previous order.
Make a motion to case be dismissed.
Have a motion to make the case dismissed. Your second. Have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. 1 abstention. Policy statement.
Motion to delete number 2.
Have a motion to delete number 2, which is in accordance with what we've done,
Okay, except number 1.
Yes.
and accept number 1.
Second.
Have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to delete number 2 and accept number 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed? 1 abstention. I believe that concludes process, and I'll turn that back over to you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Cooper, as this is, normally I would have the winning party draft the order since they went off your order. Placing the burden on you too, unfortunately.
And that's fine. I've been
I know.
doing it as we've been talking. I do not know what the conclusion of law says though, so I hope or someone wrote that down. So I
Yes. So you'll just,
I'll draft it.
that's exactly right. Okay. Commission members, I appreciate your very thoughtful efforts over the past 2 days of trial, which have spanned over 2 months. Counselors, all four of you, I sincerely appreciate your thoroughness and preparedness and professionalism. That will conclude these hearings, so please stand adjourned. Thank you.
All right.